Thank you. Everybody have a seat.
No, it didn't.
Commonwealth versus Benjamin Clavel.
Don't believe they're here yet.
It's a Clinton County case. Commonwealth versus Brian McNeese. These people transported, it says.
We did transportation orders.
Okay. And Commonwealth versus Jose Robles.
That's the one that's gonna be in Barry County because he changed attorneys.
Okay. So we don't need any of those, right? I think the Office of Public Advocacy is withdrawing from Jose Robles, I understand.
Yeah, we're having football. I'm sorry.
Stay.
Hey, Judge. You have a separation with them. And then several officers here waiting for this.
What's the case?
Are shaking on the Barry, so was that.
There are some videos,
How long is it gonna take?
videos will take half an hour.
I can't do it back.
Mr. Pennington's on the other side. I don't know if they're gonna have it or not, according to Miss Anne Marie. Talking about Jacob Newberry.
That's correct, Judge. There's some new evidence that I just became aware of, the Commonwealth made me aware of, so we're going to pass and given the length of the potential hearing, schedule it with the court off docket.
Well, now, I didn't know anything about this, Judge. I've got two officers here, both of them on, one that's completely here on it, and actually both of them here on their own time.
Well, Judge, we can have the lengthy hearing and given, again, I just found out the information this morning. It's not been shared through DocuShare, but we can have the.
What kind of information are you talking about?
It's
So-
a supplemental police report, Your Honor. I don't
On
know
the
if Mr.
case,
Huntley's aware of
this
it
is
or
a
not.
case from 2022, so we're supplementing something almost 2 years ago now. So that's my big problem, Judge.
Yeah, according to Anne Marie, one of the officers needs to file a supplemental report as to why he approached him. He got complaining, and that wasn't in the report.
Well,
You go talk to Anne Marie. I'm
It's
just kidding.
almost in the report.
Y'all have it out.
I think it's in the report. Officer, refund.
Well, I'm gonna go down through the docket here, and this out of custody docket is not that extensive. It'd be better for us to go ahead and go through the docket and hear the motion at the end of all the docket than it would to have the officers come back another day. Now, as far as any supplemental information that you've received, what is the supplemental information? Is it a document? Okay, let's go on.
Yeah.
We'll be here. I've got plenty of time. I don't go to bed about 10 o'clock tonight, and I'm willing to stay here to get this done, so. Unless there's a SEC basketball game, and then we'll have to take a short break. Okay.
Play tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Commonwealth versus Victor Baez. Says there active warrant,
No, the fifth at night. No, we need to put him in NCIC, Your Honor.
okay. Commonwealth versus Brent and Bryant.
And I think we'll go on, James is not leaving until the May motion day.
So.
Morning, Judge.
Well, hello. Are you Brenton Bryant?
Yes.
Were you born in 1999?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 2112.
Yes.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference and there's a motion for bill of particulars. Is that right?
There was, Judge, I would withdraw that. We come up for negotiation day. We had some confusion on both sides. But I think we've got that straightened out this morning. They've got a plea to enter if it can be ready today. We'd actually got a plea. It wasn't exactly right, but we've got it worked out.
Has your client reviewed the plea agreement?
We had agreed,
Has he reviewed the plea agreement? Has he
not this
seen it?
one, no.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and direct Commonwealth to get the plea agreement ready. We'll take it up later in the
Yeah,
doc.
That's
Okay.
fine, Judge. Thank you.
Commonwealth versus Justin Crowe. Justin Crowe. Are you Justin Crowe?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1993?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 6590.
Yes, sir.
You're here today on 18 CR 143, 142, and 141 on probation revocation. Y'all will move to the left here a little. What says the Commonwealth?
Your Honor, this probably should have been styled motion to extend probation. Mr. Crowe owes a substantial amount of restitution. He only started paying on it about a year ago, but since then he's been paying regular. And because he hadn't been paying on it and there was another defendant who's on the run on this that's never paid anything, I need to have an order entered extending his probation until the restitution's paid in full. Otherwise, I'll proceed with the revocation.
You have any objection to that?
No objection, Your Honor.
If you'll submit the order. Who is the co-defendant?
Mr. Alex Bernard Tooley.
He's on the run?
Yeah, somewhere here in Monroe County, my understanding.
Yes.
And Judge, just speak for Mr. Crowe. He had served some time, which was the delay, and now that he's out and working. Thank you, Judge.
Work and make a payment. You shall enjoy your freedom, okay?
Absolutely, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Andrew Dover for sentencing. Thank you. Commonwealth versus Andrew Dover. 23 CR 0067. Are you Andrew Dover?
Yes.
Born in 1999?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 0708.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
On the plea of possession of controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years. However, probated for 5 years to be supervised. All the contraband and controlled substance shall be disposed of according to law. The defendant agrees to enter and complete the Monroe County Specialty Court. Now, has he been participating yet in the
Judge,
specialty?
he's already been accepted.
I was
He's
downstairs in specialty court,
He was
come
in-
up here.
Yeah,
Okay,
last
so-
time when he was supposed to be sentenced, he was actually with Judge Castillo.
Okay, well, good luck to you. I hope it's a good program if you work hard at it, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You need to probably see the probation and parole officer over here just for a second anyway. Isn't that correct? Even though he's in drug court, he's just been sentenced. He needs to see you for a second.
He's already in drug court. He's good. Just stay with them for now.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Evans.
I'd ask for arrest warrant, Your Honor. She wasn't at the negotiation day either.
Okay. Issue a warrant FTA. Commonwealth versus Paul, no bond. Commonwealth versus Paul Gold. Commonwealth versus Paul Gold, 24 CR 0009. Are you Paul Gold?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1982?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 7864. You're here for the purpose of arraignment.
Yes.
You have the right to remain silent. It appears you are represented by counsel. You enter your appearance.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Dennis Wilcutt.
Okay. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment, Mr. Gold, charging you with 2 counts of assault in the 3rd degree, endangering the welfare of a minor and resisting arrest. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client or see the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
He is, plead not guilty.
Okay, what is your negotiation day this month?
We'd like to try to have all of them in Cumberland County at 9 a.m. on April the 5th, if that's all right.
It's okay with me,
If it's
Judge.
any hardship on somebody, I'll come over here on the 12th.
Okay. April the 5th at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And then the next court date is April 18th. You continue the same bond. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. I think the Commonwealth just handed you certain discovery in there and a continued obligation to meet the discovery.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock in Cumberland County.
Cumberland County on the square there.
We're gonna try to get things.
No.
Matthew Hagan. Matthew Hagan. Matthew Hagan.
I'd say with Mr. Garrett, since Mr. Garrett's not in here either.
He is.
I guess we have court and conference.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Commonwealth versus Matthew Hagan. 23 CR 0073. Are you Matthew Hagan?
Sir, I am.
Born in 1987.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number is 6854. We're here today for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, there was an issue with discovery because, so the 911 calls, we only got a
You
portion. of
probably
those.
need to come over here so we can.
We need one more negotiation day because the 911 calls that we got were not complete from the EMS service, so we had to re-download those.
The negotiation day will be April 5th, 9 a.m. in Cumberland County. April 5th, 9 a.m. in Cumberland County. The next court date here will be April the 18th. Both of those are conditions of your bond, okay?
Negotiation in Cumberland County.
Yeah, your lawyer will tell you about it. That's April the 5th. Commonwealth versus Gary Hall.
Thank you, sir.
That's still over there.
Commonwealth versus Gary Hall, 23 CR 0040. Are you Gary Hall? Were you born in 1978, Mr. Hall?
Yes, Your Honor.
And last four digits, social security number 6975. You're here on a motion. What kind of motion you have?
It's the Commonwealth's motion, Judge.
This is just our motion to domesticate a subpoena, Your Honor, for Dr. Chin from TriStar Skyline Medical, so they can appear at trial. He's Nashville.
Okay. Do you have any objection to that? Do you have any other need for Mr. Hall to be here?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Hall, you may be on your way.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah. Brian Hunter. Brian Hunter.
Well, we either will or won't. I don't know. We're gonna call.
Commonwealth versus Brian Hunter, 24 CR 0004. Are you Brian Hunter?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1992?
Yep.
Last four digits of your social security number 3209. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, you were here for arraignment. Do you have an attorney?
No, I don't.
Have you did public advocacy represent you in district court?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll continue that appointment. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree and possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand what those charges are?
Yeah.
Okay. Counselor, are you acknowledge receipt of the indictment, identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Hunter. They've just given your attorney some evidence to help you prepare for your case. He'll have an opportunity to go over that with you. And you are to be in Burkesville on April 5th at 9 a.m. for negotiation day and back here April 18th at 9 a.m. for your next court appearance. Both of them are conditions of bond. April 5th at 9 a.m. in Burkesville and April 18th at 9 a.m. here in Monroe Circuit Court.
Don't need to say anything.
Commonwealth versus Jeffrey Kruger. Jeffrey Kruger. Commonwealth versus Jeffrey Kruger, 23 CR 0077. Are you Jeffrey Kruger?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1961.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5377.
Yes, sir.
You're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is a case where we haven't received the lab results yet. I don't know if, since Mr. Pennington's gonna be leaving us in April, do you want me to just renotice this when we get the lab results, or do you want to put it on for a date certain? There's no need for a negotiation day, I wouldn't think.
And I think Your Honor had excused Mr. Kruger before, given the same situation, so.
Just want to schedule it for May 16th.
That'd be fine.
Your next court date will May 16th, and I guess you will inform this gentleman who his new attorney will be. It's,
Right there.
well, you got the date down then?
Your Honor, I do not. What was the date on
It's
that?
just the next, May 16th.
May 16th.
2 dates out. May 16th. You need to get the contact information of your new attorney, okay? Commonwealth versus Robert McClendon. Commonwealth versus Robert McClendon, 23 CR 0072. You are Robert McClendon,
Yes, Your Honor.
born in 1972.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security 9729. We're here on a pretrial conference, but this says there's a supplemental arraignment. Is that correct, Mr. Bell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with assault second degree or complicity to assault second degree. You understand what those charges are.
Yes, Your Honor.
You acknowledge the identity of your client, received the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea you're not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's get to where we at on this, Mr. Stockton. You want to come around? Y'all step to your left.
Any progress, then maybe.
Y'all step to your left over here. Please. Do what? You want, you don't want a negotiation date?
Have one.
Well, if you don't think, if I'm not here not to hurt anything, we're going to advance it. Let's just set a trial date. Yeah. No reason, put it off.
I guess we need to call Miss Zioli and set hers at the same
To
time.
here, Maria Zioli. She needs to be arraigned also, I guess, supplemental arraignment. Commonwealth versus Maria Zioli, 23 CR 0071. Are you Maria Zioli? Born in 1974. Last four digits, social security number 3656. There's a supplemental indictment here. We're going to arraign you. The right to remain silent. You're represented by counsel. The grand jury of Monroe County is returning an indictment charging you with assault in the second degree or complicity to assault in the second degree. You understand what those charges are? Mr. Garrett, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, and plead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, now, let's get our calendars out. Is this a 1 day or a 2 day trial, Mr. Stock?
I'd say with Mr. Garrett and Mr. Bell, we need to better set 2 days.
I guess you can take that as a compliment or as,
I was just complimenting their thoroughness.
okay. Okay, I don't know.
Would you have been the version? You know, it's been the version now.
What does May, 21st and 22nd look like? May 21st and 22nd.
So is it election day? It doesn't matter to me, but
I didn't know we
I'm
had
free.
elections this year. I don't think,
All non-contested.
since I'm nonpartisan, you know,
I'm good with that.
yeah.
Judge, I think
But
that,
you're good with me being nonpartisan?
I'm good with that. I'm good with
Okay,
that.
okay. We'll make sure.
Judge, I think that date works. And can we get a negotiation day?
You can get one and they don't want one.
I don't see any reason to have one and not the other one. So
I don't care to do one, Judge.
Well, I mean, you said it didn't matter to you, so if it doesn't matter to you, then why waste our time, you know? I mean, I'm not criticizing you. You got a right to have a trial.
I'm just saying that my position is, we come really close to resolving this thing last negotiation day, and then all of a sudden it was just, we're just going to trial. So I didn't understand why we went from almost resolving it to a trial, so, but I mean, I'd be glad to have. And would ask the court to please give me a negotiation.
Okay, the negotiation date was April the 5th, in Burkesville at 9 a.m. And let's go ahead and set a trial date just in case.
Twenty-first, 22nd, 21 and 22.
court day, I've never made it.
Okay,
Thank you.
yeah. And if the negotiations are successful in any way, we can always do pleas on the 18th, I guess, you know.
Good, would the court consider removing his ankle monitor, not adding any other
You
issues?
need to talk to the Commonwealth about that. How do you feel about it? You want to think about it for a while or?
Well,
Getting a day's credit every time he wears it. I don't.
Mr. Henley says take it off, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't really know Jim start.
Chandler Moon. Chandler Moon. It's an active warrant out for Chandler Moon.
Yeah, we'll put him in CIC.
Okay. Jonathan Russell.
You want to go ahead and set that one back?
Jonathan Russell in 24 CR 0018 and 23 CR 00012. We have an arraignment in a new charge. You have a right to remain silent, Mr. Russell. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with tampering with physical evidence. You understand that charge, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now there's a motion to consolidate.
Yes, Your Honor, it's, the events happened the same day, allegedly. Mr. Russell and another party removed the guns from the residence after this incident occurred. So the Commonwealth's moving to consolidate it. If there's objection, I guess we could have an evidentiary hearing.
I do object, Your Honor.
Okay,
Based upon the relevancy, my understanding is the weapons that they're alleging were moved by another fella wasn't anything that was even alleged to have taken place in the crime. So if one isn't the other, they can't be tampered.
so there were different weapons, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that they said that there were some long guns taken out. The discovery states that this lady was allegedly shot with a small caliber pistol. There's no mention of a pistol whatsoever. So my objection is whether the long guns were removed or not is not relevant to the case because that was not what they alleged was used in the criminal conduct.
I think I know
Y'all want to move over this way? Yeah.
the only way to sort this out is have a hearing and if the court decides not
You
to
have your
consolidate,
officers
we'll
here.
elect.
You have your officers. here.
No, Detective Dupree's on the new case and we have a different officer on the other case.
Okay, well, let's schedule a hearing on this for, April 18th, okay?
Could I look at that quickly, Judge? I've got a lot of trials in April.
It's just some regular motion day. I know you wouldn't schedule a trial on our regular motion day.
Well, I didn't, but the judge, circuit court judge in Allen County did. It was his fault, Judge. I've got a trial on Mr. Tooley, who is on your docket today, which is, going to go. It starts on the 15th. It may be
What's
done.
Monroe, what's the Cumberland County, day? See if we can get you over there.
April 25th.
That's our jury trial here on Gary Hall. April 25th.
It's the 24th.
So I thought we set that for 3 days, but I mean, if you're good with that, I am, Judge, because I mean, you're proceeding over both events.
Well, we got are we talking about,
April?
yeah, I was looking at that. On the 23rd, we have a Clinton County trial.
That's supposed to settle you. We entered that restitution order. If he has the money paid by the 28th of March, that case will be dismissed. But I don't know for sure if he will.
What does your calendar look like on the 23rd?
I've got to be in Adair County that morning, but I don't have anything like after lunch, Judge.
Can we try this case in one day here?
We're not
What
setting
are you
trial.
thinking?
I know, but I've got,
Harry Hall.
I've got the Hall case, is what I meant.
Mr. Hunley says no, it'd take more than a day.
See,
I don't think it would take 3.
It's
I believe
later.
we could do it the 25th and 6th.
Oh,
I know, but I'm trying to schedule an extra day here. I just found out that the Hall case was the day before our Cumberland Rule Day, and I'm wondering
so
what,
you might want to finish with Mr. Russell.
well, I'm gonna schedule Mr. Russell something.
That's why the Hall case come up, because we were looking at the
I
25th.
know,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. You want to bring him over? You can't come over on the 25th with him?
Judge, I have a trip scheduled for Washington DC, y'all.
Okay,
So later, earlier or later.
then the 24th or 25th? Okay.
I don't have any objections. Mr. Hunley did state to me that he had the trip scheduled some time ago.
Well,
On the 18th.
y'all want to take it out into May?
Would be satisfactory.
May 16th is the rule day here. Is that all right?
Oh, yes, Judge, I'll try to make that work.
I think May 16th.
This is a hearing. to
Trial on
consolidate
Mr.
the case.
Russell and motion, hearing on the motion to consult.
That's
We'll
the
do
night
it
this
the
one's
same
scheduled.
day.
Okay.
I want to go back to the Hall case that just appeared to me, though. I know it's not on the docket, but
Is he
Are you-
free to go, Judge?
yes. Are you're involved in the Hall case?
Yes,
right?
sir, Judge.
Okay.
I just,
Well, it appears that when I scheduled it, we scheduled it the day before the Cumberland County Rule Day. And you're saying that you don't think we can try it in one day?
No, I don't think so, but that's Mr. Hunley's opinion too.
Well, okay, what are you doing on the 23rd of April?
Mr. Hunley's not available for 23rd.
You're not gonna be there on 23rd of April?
No, I think I will be.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
But he won't be here on the
I
24th.
think I'll be.
okay. Well, this is already scheduled for the 24th. So let's put it on for the 23rd. And if the Carver case goes, we'll just do it on the 24th. You understand what I'm saying? Try to get it all Monday.
Vale's got a problem on the 23rd, he said.
Yeah, I've got a conflict on the 23rd in Adair County. I can,
Well, don't do anything on the afternoon of the, we might come over here and get started on the afternoon of the 23rd. You know what I'm saying?
yes,
Do I need to change the thing?
No, just keep the subpoena.
so we're starting Gary Hall, say at 1 o'clock on the 23rd.
If we can, if we don't have the Carver case.
Okay.
I'll let you know by the first of the month, because I'll know Carver's gonna be tried then or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I need to change the others?
What?
Change the others?
Well,
Yes.
you need to talk to Buddy about those, he wants to talk. He won't know.
Simpson is next. Jesse Simpson. Versus Jesse Simpson. Now, are you just giving Monroe County up, or you giving Monroe, Cumberland, and Clinton up?
Just Monroe, Judge. You still get to see me twice a month.
Who's taking Monroe County? The office is taking it back.
Taking it back.
Commonwealth versus Jesse Simpson. 23 CR 0084. Are you Jesse Simpson?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1985.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5899. We're here for a pretrial conference.
You want a trial date?
Judge, this is one that I had discussed with Mr. Simpson and are you want to proceed trial?
Yeah.
Judge, I will be coming back to Monroe a little bit, so we need trial date on this one.
What is the charge?
Fleeing and evading and traffic violations.
What was the offer on it?
I'm served.
Yeah, this would be his fourth felony in the last 6 years. And I was given a counter offer, so I don't know. Other than straight probation, that's not gonna cut it.
Okay, let's see. Is Commonwealth versus Davis gonna go in Cumberland County on the
Well,
20th?
that's Mr. Cross's case. That's about all I can say. I don't know.
No, that's
don't-
mine, and that's the,
No, Brett Davis is not yours.
which, okay,
Brett Davis.
Brett Davis, wrong Davis.
I intend on trying it unless restitution.
Third time, that was it.
Yes, we had to change it one time because the travel nurses had a conflict. And we've also got the Pickcock case on the 16th, and that case will go. We've met with the AG's office and we'll be ready to go on that day. So I doubt Davis will go because we'll probably try Pickcock, but I don't want Mr. Cross.
The June 18th, June 18th. Will you be taking that case over? This
Yes,
case over?
yes, Your Honor.
Check-
Anything after May.
You check your calendar, see if you're available on June 18th.
You setting this? Am I setting this?
You should be setting this. I think that is it for trial? Anything that's getting set for trial.
that's-
now.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's.
Okay,
June 18th.
all right. Commonwealth versus Christopher Stillwell.
We'll put him in CIC, Your Honor.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Eric White.
We'll put him in CIC.
We already did Maria Zioli, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess that brings us back to Brent and Brian, if they had the opportunity to go over that information, that maybe they're doing that now.
We could recall the Claywell case in Polk County, Your Honor.
Okay, Commonwealth versus Benjamin Claywell.
We have a defense counsel has a report.
We got two newbies here.
It's my first time in Monroe Circuit.
We're gonna try to make it, memorable for you.
Well, it started off memorable, Your Honor.
Where's Benjamin Claywell?
He is still at the Green River Correctional Facility. We entered and your office entered the order on Friday after we resolved the case at mediation for him to be transported today for the plea. We included the records department on the email and she did not receive it. I talked to her on the phone.
Okay, well, let's, you want to schedule, when's the next rule day we have?
And because the next rule day is the 19th in Cumberland, so let's just go to Clinton's motion day in April. Maybe we can't get him here in a week, but you think you're here in 3 days.
Well, wait a second here. Now. We got coming motion day on the 19th.
Then we don't have another motion day. It's 11.
11.
Yeah.
Is this a county prisoner here?
He's
No,
staying.
he's a
State inmate, okay.
This is the one we
Okay,
said during mediation.
April the 11th. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. What about Mr. McNeese?
They're supposed to be transported.
Will you check with him?
I have not built.
Clinton County Jail on the line. We have no other live people, do we? Except the two that they're working on.
That's correct.
Clinton County Jail. We're a little early, but
Mr. McNeese is here now, Your Honor. Oh, okay. He's here, Mr. Frawley.
would you take the guy that's got his arm behind his back off the.
I got it. Yeah, right here. Those are yours. Yeah. Yeah.
Brian McNeese.
Yeah.
Come on around. Commonwealth versus Brian McNeese, 18 CR 0016. Are you Brian McNeese?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1973?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 5329.
Yes, sir.
You're here for a motion for shock probation. You have a file. Go ahead.
Morning, Your Honor. Kevin Carlson here on behalf of Mr. McNeese. This is a shock probation motion. He's currently serving a 10-year sentence for trafficking, Your Honor. He's been in for quite some time. How many?
9 months.
9 months. And his wishes are to go to treatment. I wanted to give him an opportunity to speak to the court and tell the court what his feelings are about his situation and what he's asking for the court to grant him shock probation.
Raise your right hand as best you can. You swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Go ahead.
Uh,
You need to ask him at least beginning question or something. Okay.
You state your name for the record.
my name's Brian McNeese.
And Mr. McNeese, we're here before the court for a motion for shock probation. Can you just give the court an idea of what your plans are, what your wishes are as far as if you were granted shock probation?
I have a bed open at Art Crown Recovery. It's a 6-month program. I've heard nothing but good things about it. The great thing about ARC is, after you graduate the program, you get to stay an intern, and then after a 6 months internship, you can go to work for them full time. I went to recovery in 20. I worked for recovery and then some things happened. I just
I want to go back, I just want to go back in recovery, I want to work in recovery. I don't need to be in a semi.
Mr. McNeese, now the idea of shock probation is that you've been in long enough, it's shocked you into realizing the situation you put yourself in and what you're going to do to correct it. How has that affected you? Your time in by being incarcerated?
How's it affect me? So let me see from every angle. What's caused me to relapse, what caused me to relapse? I've been selfish. I've hurt my kids. I've hurt my family. I've shamed my name. I've shamed my family. I've seen it all. I guess. I don't really know what you're asking me
Well, that's
there.
fine.
It's, I've shamed myself.
What does the Commonwealth have to say about this case?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth's opposed to shock probation. Mr. McNeese got a 10-year sentence in this case on traffic.
Y'all move to your left.
It's an 18 case. And I think he was apprehended in about April of 23 in Limestone, Alabama. He'd been absconded for about 14 months. We had him in NCIC. And then when he was picked up in Alabama, he was charged with burglary third, using a false identity, assault second on an officer. I don't know what's happened to those charges in Alabama because they extradited him right back up here. I don't know if they're going to pursue those or not. He has multiple felonies out of Warren County that have never been taken care of, never been addressed.
Also possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes. So the Commonwealth's opposed.
Yeah.
Shock probation.
You have anything else you'd like to say?
Only that I represent Mr. McNeese in Warren County and Allen County. He also had a charge in Barron County. We disposed of that one. He got a probated offer there. Spoke to the prosecutor in Warren County. We had court there on Monday. And he was wanting to wait to see what happens here before.
Well, with the absconding that happened, sir, and then with the weapon and the other charges, then I just cannot grant a shock probation in this case. And hopefully you'll get some in-house stuff and maybe they'll roll the stuff over there into this. You can get it all out of the way at one time. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I had. Maybe.
Yeah, I need to get this, I don't see where this is not. Yeah, I was trying to see, that was the original order. See, and it's electronic signs. Yeah. Did you have a plea that you were showing to your client?
I do, Your Honor. Brent Bryant.
Brent Bryant? Commonwealth versus Brent and Bryant. Mr. Bryant, you were previously identified as far as your year of birth and age. We're here on 23 CR 0076. Is this a felony plea or diversion?
Diversion.
A motion's been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 23 CR 0076?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over them and then I'll inquire, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Your right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the charges against you. You understand that by entering a plea of guilty today, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes.
And make us to the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. If I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you'll have the right to withdraw your plea. Now, I'm going to ask you some qualifying questions, okay? Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No,
Have any felony convictions in the past 10 years?
no,
Are you currently on probation?
no,
You understand that if you fully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed and you can have your record expunged. Do you understand that?
yes,
You understand if you don't complete it successfully, you'll be brought back before me if I decide to cancel or void pretrial diversion. I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done, and you'll be sentenced, you'll be a convicted felon, and this can be used against you in the future. You understand that? And the persistent felony offender law. Do you understand that?
Yep.
Mr. Stockton, will you come around and tell us what the Commonwealth's offer is?
Mr. White will plead guilty to receiving stolen property under $10,000. He'll receive a sentence of 5 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, pay a $5,000 fine to the Monroe Circuit Clerk's office. He also pay $5,000 in restitution to the victim. He'll have no contact with the victim in this case. He'll receive credit for time served, maintain gainful employment, and pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
Yes.
Okay. Are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes.
Knowing your constitutional rights and explain to you that still you desire to give up those rights, enter a guilty plea and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that your signature on the document there?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept the plea, sign the diversion agreement. You'll need, just give it to me. You won't get those, so I'll sign them later. Okay. You'll need to meet with a probation and parole officer.
Judge, we are supposed to write a $5,000 check to somebody today. We need to know that, and then we're supposed to do the 5,000 to the clerk's office. He's ready to do both of those today if we know who to fill them out to.
Order's been filed, clerk's office.
So just go down there. And what about the other 5?
Is it all the clerk?
It's all of those clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, does that conclude the live out of custody docket? We still got 11 minutes if anybody.
I got David Johnson Buck for arraignment, Judge.
Is that on the docket here?
It might be that.
No, it's Barron County Jail.
No.
So here.
The date is in jail.
I think he goes by Johnson.
Okay.
Well, there's a,
That's in American.
Oh.
is this David Buck here?
Yes, sir.
This one born in 1982?
I mean, when I just, do
Yeah.
the search, it says they're gonna be bugs and everything.
Okay. Commonwealth versus David Buck Jr., is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Were you born in 1982?
yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 2125.
Yes, sir.
This is 24 CR 00017. You're here for arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with wanton endangerment and first degree 2 counts. Fleeing and evading police in the first degree. Reckless driving. failure to signal, and disregarding a stop sign. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you should, Mr. Buck Junior, should be in Burkesville on April the 5th at 9 a.m. for a negotiation day, and here on April the 18th for your next court date. Both of those things are conditions of your bond. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. Requires the Commonwealth to give you a certain information they have to prepare for your defense, and continued obligation to provide you with discovery.
Judge, I have the same conflict on the Thule matter in Allen County on that day,
On which day?
April the 18th.
Well, put him off to May the 16th then, I guess.
Thank you, Judge.
You still want him on negotiation
Mr. Bell's vote.
on April the 5th?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay,
Be free to go, Judge.
sure.
That doesn't make some comments, County, Johnny, that's all right. The negotiation on the 5th. That's fine.
Is Clinton County Jail on there?
Yes.
Clinton County, will you turn your camera on, please? Yeah, Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Michael Ritchie. Michael Ritchie. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Michael Ritchie, Clinton Circuit Court, case number 22 CR 0015. Are you Michael Ritchie,
Yes,
born in 1973?
yes,
Last four digits, your social security number 4878.
yes.
What does the Commonwealth have to say? You want to come around?
Your Honor, this was our motion to revoke back some time ago when he was caught at Melena Ritchie's residence after the court had entered an order earlier saying he was to have no contact with her because of the allegations she'd taken out. You waited on district court, and district court has now diverted him on the violation of the EPO and amended the EPO to where he's just not to have any violent contact with her. I think the EPOs are a great thing. You can be charged with violating one.
Wait before you go away. So it appears that the court probably found that they wanted to have a relationship with each other, but so they didn't do the no contact, what it sounds.
No
like.
violent contact. They're
Yeah.
able to be together, but no violent.
They changed the no contact to no violent.
If you recall, the reason I wouldn't use the word upset, I guess frustrated would be a better word, was because this is the one where Miss Ritchie had taken out the EPO, DVO in Clinton County saying that he was holding her hostage and wouldn't let her have medical treatment. And then she came into court and said that she couldn't remember anything because she'd had kidney problems. So
Well, what do you want to do with this one?
I don't think they should have any contact, but
Well, what do you want to do with this?
Well, Judge, if I may recall,
Mr. Stockton, what do you want to do with this case though here?
well,
I want
Judge,
them to go their way and never be seen again myself.
I can't, if I only had the authority to do that.
Judge, I think that's what they want to do too. And Your Honor, when we were back here initially.
I don't,
Well, Judge, you had said that you wanted to see what Judge Lawson did. You were
I'm
gonna.
fixing to try to do that, okay, if you'll allow me to.
Certainly, Judge. I'll get out of the way.
You know, I'm just saying, hey, pass this cup from me is what you're saying,
That's
okay?
exactly right. Let district court handle it from now on. What I said.
That's okay. That's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Unless you want him to wait another month and have another hearing, I have more time.
I went,
Okay.
Mr. Reed, you should be getting out soon.
Just saying.
Hey, I don't want to see you back in. I don't need problems with this lady, you know.
Right.
Okay. Leslie County Detention Center, are you on there? Could someone see if they could get to the Leslie County Detention Center? They were scheduled at 10. The Warren County Detention Center.
They will not be on, and that's because the defendants is federal inmate. That's the one we can't
Oh, yeah.
ever get in front of us.
Mr. Bell, that's your case.
Yes, it is, Judge Josh Vincent. He is on for arraignment.
Well, we can't get to him because he's a federal inmate. Is he on there?
He's supposed to be on there, Judge,
Well,
but I guess supposed ain't got nothing to do with it. He's the same one that we brought up concerning the medical condition. And I've tried to get him on. I think this is my 5th try. I just never have been able to, and he can't get any treatment up there.
Well, I would like, not that I doubt your word, Mr. Bell, but I'm kind of skeptical when it comes to dealing with the federal correction system.
could you come around here where we can
But
hear
if we
you?
could get somebody and say he can't get any treatment because of this case, I tend to believe actually a federal official saying that. You know, but I don't know because I can't even, when I deal with the federal authorities, they can't even tell me when a case is going to the grand jury, let alone something like this. Yeah.
I've attempted to send and talk to them to what I've been able to get from them, but they just won't give me very much and,
Yeah.
you know, I'm nobody anyway. But, I do feel sorry for the guy and I wished I could get him straightened out. He told me this
I
morning,
told you this about him not being able to get treatment because of this charge here.
we had some documentation, Judge. It didn't actually come out.
Well, but what I read said that he had this medical issue, but it didn't say anything about him not getting any treatment.
And they won't give me that information. That, you know, so all I could get to Mr. Stockton.
Well, one thing will they recognize a hold that you put on anybody?
No. The only way we can get him here is if you get permission through the U.S. Marshal Service and they bring him.
And
the
that's
only way we can-
impossible.
Yes,
For me, it is.
it is for me too. I'm not got any better standing with him than you do, Mr. Bell.
Is he under bond in this case? He hadn't been arraigned. I mean, was he under a district court bond?
I think he was out on district court bond and then he got sentenced federally and he got the indictment. And the only issue is he wants to get arraigned. I want to arraign him. They want to arraign him, but we can't get him present to arraign him. And that's the only holdup. I know that you had brought up one time, maybe.
Who is of course, he's out of the jurisdiction of the federal judge over there. He's
Yes.
probably already in the federal penal.
He is.
I know most of those federal judges a little bit, but they probably don't have any authority over anyone. You think that's
I
be
would
true?
think so.
They've lost their authority over.
I think that's true, Judge. We have researched and tried every way in the world to get something done. Actually, today there was someone that was trying to help him within the system that was outside the purview of the system, I guess, but, not an inmate or anything, but anyway,
Did you call the U.S. Attorney's Office?
I'll call the AACA
Yeah,
and
just see if they could be of some assistance.
find out if they can find out his status.
Okay. Let's just schedule this for, May 16th. Okay, May 16th, next time, maybe by then. Okay, is Barron County on yet? They're not scheduled to 10:30. So,
I don't think we take the hearing on Mr. Newberry.
yeah, that'd be a good time to do that. We got 30 minutes here. Jacob Newberry.
Go get my assistant. He called Newberry.
Okay, this is a suppression hearing. Is this a warrantless search or what is this?
Well, Judge, what I'm hearing now is that there's going to be a supplemental, police report, so.
Judge, there'd be testimony from the officers about what happened that day. The police report that I have seen didn't start at the beginning. So I don't know, I don't see the need for a supplemental report.
Okay.
We have the officers here.
The officer to be here is better than the report.
And Judge, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
I have-
let's go ahead and,
And
is
it
this
is,
a warrantless search?
it is,
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So the presumption is that it is unconstitutional. You present your first witness,
I'll call Officer Chan Brown, Your Honor.
Chan Brown.
That video-
Officer, you take the stand over. Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Take a seat there. State your full name and with whom you're employed.
Shannon Clay Brown, and I'm a deputy sheriff of Monroe County Sheriff's Department.
See.
Officer Brown, are you a full-time deputy or are you what's known as a special deputy? right?
Special deputy.
All right. In addition to being a special deputy to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, do you have other law enforcement experience?
I do. I was a Tompkinsville City police officer for 12 years.
In the course of that time at Tompkinsville Police Officer, were you a certified officer having attended the school at Richmond?
Yes, I was at that time. Yes.
I want to call your attention back to the day of July 7th, 2022. Do you recall the incident out in the Flippin community where you first encountered the defendant, Mr. Jacob Newberry?
Yes, I do.
Would you relate to the court what happened that day that brought you and Mr. Newberry together?
I'd received a call that there's an individual at the four-way stop in Flippin walking in circles in the middle of the road.
Now, were you on duty of any
No,
kind then?
no, I was not.
And where do you live in relation to the Flipping community?
About 250 yards up from the stop sign.
All right, was this call from someone in the community that
It
knew
was.
you were a special deputy?
Yes.
Go ahead. Tell us what you found.
I left my house. I was in plain clothes. I wasn't on duty or anything. Went to the stop sign. I didn't see anybody. When I looked to the left, I noticed the individual walking in the center of the highway, almost on the yellow line. Went that direction, pulled over, asked the individual to come talk to me, and he was very irate at that point.
All right, now you recognize the individual that you saw today?
Yes,
Is that him seated next to Mr. Pennington?
yes, it is.
What did you first do when you arrived at the scene where Mr. Newberry was?
I identified myself, told him who I was, showed him my badge. I was a deputy sheriff in Monroe County Sheriff's Department, and then I asked him to see his
All right,
identification.
now you weren't in uniform?
No, I was not.
All right. And what was his response to you and tell the court his demeanor at that time?
He was very irate. He said he didn't have to show me anything. He didn't have to give me any ID. He didn't have to tell me who he was. He didn't have to talk to me, basically.
All right. How long did that conversation ensue?
5 to 7 minutes.
All right. And then what happened?
I had tried to call several times for another officer to come to me. There's no cell phone service much there, so I was having trouble with that. And then at that point, I finally got through to dispatch and they understood that I needed backup. They sent Sergeant David Lunds from the Sheriff's Department and a city officer, Aaron Capshaw, came to.
All right. Let's back up. Before they got there, at some point, did Mr. Newberry agree to provide you with identification?
Finally, he did. He had a backpack with him and he went to the backpack, unzipped it and tried to turn it away from me to where I couldn't see him. So I moved to where I could see. At that time, I seen several syringes inside the backpack and he was trying to dig down deep into the bag and get away from me at that point, just easing off. So I stopped him at that point and waited for backup to get there before he done
Did you
anything.
call the sheriff's office and they dispatched
Yes.
Officer Lutz,
Yes.
as you have described?
Yes.
How long did it take him to get there?
It was a very short time, I would say 6, 7 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Now, I believe he, at that time, was the officer here in charge of the canine dog.
Yes, he is. Yes.
And did he have the dog with him?
Yes, he did.
What happened when he arrived with the dog?
Pretty much at that point, he took over the scene. He was the officer in charge. He talked to the individual. He got his canine out and he took the canine to the backpack. The K-9 alerted on the backpack, and he would have to testify to the rest of that.
All right, now, was at what point, during the encounter that you had, did Mr. Newberry use his iPhone to make a video of the transaction?
Yes, he did.
And was that done with your permission?
I didn't have any problem with it. You know,
Didn't try to
I didn't try
prevent
to
him
stop
from
him.
doing it.
No, I didn't try to stop him at all. That's his privilege.
So at what point does this encounter show on the video?
I'm not sure where he pulls the phone up. It was a minute or so after I'd gotten there, he pulled the phone out and said, I want to video this. And so it was a pretty short time after I made first contact.
And did he object to you not having any authority to arrest him because you were one off duty and two, you
Yes.
didn't have a uniform?
Yes, he did. Had no authority at all, he said.
You didn't even have the authority to stop him
Yes.
for any reason. That was his.
That was
decision.
his statement.
Now, at some point, did you ask him if he had any outstanding warrants or anything of that nature?
I did.
And what was his response to
The
you?
best I can remember was no.
And did he later tell different than that?
I think he did with Sergeant Luntz, not to
But
me.
while you were there and in your presence, did he at some point tell you different? If you remember.
I don't remember that. I don't remember him saying that in my presence, that he had warrants in Tennessee. No.
Turn the Leslie County Jail camera off, please.
Hmm. Now, how would you describe his demeanor from the time you first made contact with him?
He was very irate, very uncooperative. He didn't want to talk to me at all, didn't want to answer any questions that I had to ask him. In my opinion, I kind of considered him to be under the influence of some drug or alcohol or something at that point.
Objected, Honor, speculation at
I'm
this
just
point.
asking for an observation, Your Honor.
Restate the question.
I asked, what did you observe of his demeanor when you first contacted him?
What do you mean by demeanor exactly?
Well, I think the way he acted, the way he appeared, the things that he said.
What would about his action would raise your suspicion?
He was walking in the center of the highway when I first seen him. That was
On the yellow line.
that was my first observation of him that I seen. And then at that point, when I made my first contact with him, he didn't want to talk to me at all. He didn't want to give me his name, anything about him. He didn't want to talk.
Now, you didn't open the backpack yourself, did you?
No, I did not.
That was done by a subsequent officer?
He opened it once to get his ID out, and then I stopped him when I seen the syringes and he was trying to reach deep in the bag. I didn't know if he was going for a weapon or if there was what was in that bag. So I wanted someone else there with me at that point.
Now, did Officer Luntz subsequently open the backpack?
Yes, he did.
And in your presence,
Yes, he did.
what did he find?
There was several syringes and a small amount of a substance that we felt like was methamphetamines.
And was that later sent off for examination?
I didn't myself. I think Sergeant Luntz did that.
And subsequent to that, he was indicted for possession of methamphetamine.
Yes.
Now, Judge, we have, I think, the video ready to play of this occurrence.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
I don't see any purpose of playing a video.
All right. And I pass the witness to Mr. Pennington.
You can enter it into the record if you like.
Yes.
in case I need to review it, you have no objection.
I have no objection, Judge. There's two, they're Google links, and I've actually already sent them to Ms. Thompson.
Okay, we'll just enter them into the record. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
I don't know how you enter them. They're on CourtNet, Your Honor. That's new to me.
We'll let somebody else besides me and you figure that out. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Is it Officer Brown?
Yes,
And I think you testified earlier that you're special duty deputy.
yes, sir.
What's that mean?
I'm just a special deputy that I'm called when I'm needed. I don't work a shift, a regular shift at the sheriff's department. If they need backup or something going on, then I help them.
And you weren't in that capacity on July 7th, 2022.
I was, but I
You
was
were
at
helping.
home. I'm always a special deputy.
So you're always in that capacity, always helping.
I'm always ready for them to call, yes.
Now I want to ask about a call. You said you received a call from a neighbor,
Yes, I did.
not dispatch,
No,
not anybody that would have you helping them as a special duty officer, right?
no,
A neighbor
yes,
called your cell phone.
no, called the house phone.
So you're home
Yes, I am.
and you get a call about someone walking around in the road.
Yes,
So then certainly you've been, especially you start calling dispatch and getting police officers involved,
yes,
but you weren't able to reach them.
right.
You didn't try them on your house phone.
No, I immediately went to look at the stop sign to see what was there first.
And then you testified cell phone problem, so you didn't have cell phone service
Yes.
there.
Yes,
I want to make sure, you said this was about 200 yards, 2 football fields,
yeah, 200 somewhere in that neighborhood.
not a far distance.
No,
You were plain clothes.
yes, I was.
So you're not wearing different than what you're wearing right now.
Yes, I was.
It was.
Yes,
And you testified about Mr. Newberry or Jacob being irate, upset.
yes,
Not an uncommon reaction when law enforcement approach people, right?
these days, no.
With you being a special duty and, if you're not in uniform, are there special precautions you need to take when you're approaching an individual to let them know, hey, I'm still an officer?
I had my badge. I showed him my badge and identified myself as a deputy sheriff of the Monroe County Sheriff's Department.
And you specified off duty.
No, I didn't.
Let's get on to.
Okay,
the thing.
certainly, Judge.
I recognize that the sheriff's department has the authority, the sheriff does, to swear deputies. And whether this officer's testified by his previous credential, he's a deputy 24 hours a day, has the authority to arrest anybody and to badge anybody. So we've established that. Let's move on.
And officer, you've not been a active in this investigation, correct? You didn't send anything off for testing.
No, I didn't send anything off for testing. No,
Did you file any reports in this case?
I did not. No.
Witness on any citations?
I'm not sure if Sergeant Lund's placed my name on a citation or not, since I was the first officer. I'm not sure. I've not made any citations myself, though. I've not written any citations myself.
Not signed anything?
No, I've
Not
not.
entered anything in a computer anywhere about this
No, I've
case?
not.
So you said it was about 6 or 7 minutes before Officer Lyons gets there?
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And you said canine unit.
Yes.
Did you request canine unit?
He keeps his dog with him all the time when he was here. He was an officer that was on duty that day, so he was the backup that was coming to me.
And going back to that July day, he had his dog with him?
Yes, he did.
Sure.
Excuse me?
Sure about that.
Oh, absolutely sure. Yes.
Thank you. For all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you.
May this officer be excused?
I think so,
You
Your
may
Honor.
be excused. Thank you. You have anybody else?
Judge, would you swear, officer?
You ready to proceed? Are you ready?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Take a seat there. State your full name within your employee.
David Matthew Lyons. I'm currently employed at Barron County Sheriff's Department. I was previously employed as K-9 Sergeant at Monroe County Sheriff's Department.
Go ahead.
And were you so employed by the Monroe County as a deputy sheriff in July of 2022?
Yes,
On that date, on that time in July, did you have an encounter with Mr. Newberry seated next to Mr. Pennington?
yes.
Tell the court, and you have your file, if you would, tell the court what occurred that day that brought you there at the Flipping Church of Christ here in Monroe County.
I received a complaint at Flipping Church of Christ of an off-duty deputy needing assistance. Upon arrival, I made contact.
That would have been who?
Do what?
What officer?
Deputy Chan Brown.
Go ahead.
Brown stated that he was contacted by one of his neighbors that stated there was a white male walking down the road near the Flipping Four-Way, acting strange. Brown stated that he stopped the male subject, identified himself as the deputy sheriff of Monroe County by showing Newberry his badge and department identification card. Brown then asked Newberry for his identification, to which Newberry stated he didn't have to show him a damn thing. When Brown asked Newberry what his name was, Newberry stated he would show Brown his ID, at which time he unzipped his bag. Brown observed Newberry grab a bag full of syringes and try to conceal them in the bottom of the bag. Brown grabbed Newberry's hand as he pulled it from the compartment, stating his ID was in another compartment. Brown requested assistance at this time due to a bad cell phone reception. He could not give the identification number to dispatch.
From the time, and when he called, were you dispatched to that scene?
It come over the radio that 322 where a deputy was needing assistance at the church. We was unclear of what was going on or.
From the time that you received that notice, how long did it take you to arrive at the scene?
It didn't take me 10 minutes. I was at my house approximately 5 miles away from Flipping.
All right, go ahead. Tell us what you found and what you observed.
Was in another compartment. Brown requested assistance this time due to bad cell reception. He could not give the identification number to dispatch. Brown advised me that Newberry had syringes in a bag, at which time Newberry started screaming that he was diabetic and he did not consent to a search. I then deployed a sheriff's department issued K-9 to perform a free air sniff of the subject's bag. A positive alert was given from the K-9 near the top zipper compartment of the backpack. Inside the compartment, I located a spoon with a white substance on it. I also located 3 syringes, 2 with a small amount of a brown liquid believed to be methamphetamine and 1 with a clear liquid that Newberry stated contained a methamphetamine. Newberry also stated that the white substance on the spoon was cotton balls used for filtering methamphetamine as it was loaded into a syringe. Newberry stated the clear liquid was the wash used to get all the traces of meth out of the cotton balls.
And could you describe his demeanor when you arrived and while you were present?
He was animated, appeared to be upset. Before he was detained, he was pacing back and forth. We kept having to tell him to get back by the car. He did have a cell phone. He was shouting that, I don't remember what all he was shouting, but he was very loud. You could visually tell that he was upset.
Now would you answer Mr. Pennington? Well, one thing, did you subsequently send off the cotton balls and the syringe for laboratory examination?
I did.
And what were the results?
The analysis was completed on August 29th of 2022. Found to contain methamphetamine, a controlled substance.
All right. Please answer, Mr. Pennington.
A bag full of syringes, that's what you said, bag full of syringes?
Yes.
And you found a bag full of syringes in that backpack?
There was approximately 6 or 7 bags inside of a bag, the factory sealed bag that the syringes come in. That had been open. There was about 6 or 7 syringes left in it, in addition to the 3 that had a liquid in them.
And again, for winding this back, you talked a lot about what you heard from Mr. Brown, or Officer Brown, excuse me.
Yes.
So he was first one on the scene,
Yes.
and he wasn't aware if any of his information or his name was listed on documents. So it's fair to say you included information from him in some of your reports.
Yes.
He signed any of those?
No.
In your investigation, would you have considered him an assisting officer?
Yes.
And just to be clear, the 10 minutes it took you to get to the scene there by that church, when you got there, Officer Brown already had Jacob, Mr. Newberry in custody, right?
No, he did not.
He
No, he
didn't?
was standing beside his car. He was detained, not free to go on his own will because of the syringes and the way he was acting.
So he was detained.
Yes.
And as you said, not free to go.
Yes.
Before you got there.
Deputy Brown had the authority to detain somebody that he believed was involved in criminal activity, just same as I did, whether he was in uniform or not.
Was that a yes? That was a lot.
Yes.
Okay, so before you got there, yes.
Yes.
From Officer Brown, were you made aware of that neighbor that made that call?
I knew that somebody had called him. I did not ask him who the neighbor was, no.
And you testified you had your canine with you that hit on the backpack?
Yes.
I think finally you testified that you were at home when you got this call.
Yes.
So you bring canine out on all calls?
Yes. If I'm getting ready to go on duty or I'm about to go on duty, my canine is in the vehicle approximately 20 minutes before I left my house every shift.
But you weren't on shift this day. So
I was getting ready to leave the house.
you're okay. So you're getting ready to go on shift.
Yes. I was already in uniform. The canine was already in the car when he hollered for assistance.
So another less than 10 minutes, you could have did everything Officer Brown did.
What's
If
the
I- if-
question? What is the question?
In 10 minutes, in another 10 minutes, he could have did everything Officer Brown did. That's a bad question. So
Yeah.
No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
This officer be excused.
He may, Your Honor.
Thank you for your
Nothing
attendance.
further to call him up other than somehow getting the tape, the videotape into evidence, Your Honor.
That objection so ordered.
And we have it.
That objection so ordered. Okay, do you have any witnesses you'd like to call?
No, Your Honor. We were just asked to brief the matter, given that we've got video evidence, and I'd like to pull the tape from today's proceedings.
Well, I don't really need this to be briefed. You know, this is as clean a search as I've ever seen. I'm gonna go ahead and make findings on the thing unless you have an argument that you want to make. What is your argument?
Judge, if you're ready to make your decision, I'll.
Well, I'm gonna let you, I mean, unless there's something I haven't
Judge, you
thought
already
of.
made your decision, I'll save my breath, that's
No,
okay.
I don't want you to say, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to, yes, I'm telling you, if you want to say something, you've got the opportunity. Go ahead.
Judge, I'll stand on the proof.
Okay, I'm holding that the search is a valid search. Wasn't any delay. The person was acting weird, walking around a circle in the middle of the road. Somebody stopped him on his own volition while he was asking for an ID. He opened up, they saw syringes and things, and the way he was acting, he had a right to call officer backup. Officer came with backup, already had the dog with him, and he deployed and he hit him, and they found the stuff and sent off and got it tested. So I'm gonna say the search was good. Okay, let's go back to the docket
Yes, we need to set
then.
Mr. Newberry for next month and set him for the negotiation date, don't we, Beyond?
Yeah, the negotiation date's in Burkesville on April the 5th at 9 a.m. and the next court appearance is April the 18th. Okay, now let's go. I see Leslie County has been patiently waiting on there. Let's go to Leslie County. Leslie County. They're on there now. Leslie County Detention Center.
Yes.
Hey, Commonwealth Kentucky versus Brittany Carnes, 21 CR 0085. Ms. Carnes, were you born in 1996?
Yes, sir.
The last four digits of your social security number 1313.
Yes, sir.
We're on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Motion. Your Honor, in this case, Ms. Carnes has a 5-year sentence on theft by unlawful taking. She pled guilty to taking $1,000 from Bob's Steakhouse when she was an employee. This case has been going on for some time. She was supposed to pay $1,000 restitution. It's never been paid. Ultimately, after she was released as a state prisoner, she was sent to Recovery Plus, and she signed herself out basically because she was using alcohol while in the rehab. So the Commonwealth's asking that she be revoked because
You'll
of that.
stipulate or you want testimony?
Judge, given that I've not had a chance to speak with Ms. Carnes, I would ask for testimony. I tried to call over to the jail, but wasn't able to get through. I didn't realize she was in Leslie County.
Who's the officer? Yeah, I need whoever's covering for Miss Brittany Jobs, because evidently I was informed she was in mandatory training when I tried to get. If we got anybody on there for her? No, I think you're confused with somebody else.
I can.
I know we sent her an email or whatever. If we can pass this so I can try to contact her.
Let's reschedule this for April the 18th. Is she a state prisoner there?
No.
What are you being held on?
See, Bell County agreed to give me a 10-day sanction and let me go back to treatment.
Okay, so there's a Bell County charge up there also. So we'll schedule the hearing on this for April the 18th, and your attorney will be in contact. I think it's not fair for you to have a hearing on this until you've talked to him.
I'll be able to talk to you, Brittany. I live in Clay County, so I'm pretty close to where you're at right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Leslie County, thank you for your cooperation. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Let's go to the Barron County Detention Center. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Stephen Brown for arraignment. Are you Stephen Brown?
I am.
Were you born in 1980, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number are 0396. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're on 23 CR 0063 and 24 CR 0005 for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Your attorney is here in court and can see you on camera. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you in criminal possession of a forged instrument, 2 counts, and being a persistent felony offender, 1st degree, 2 counts. Failure to illumine headlights, rear and side clearance light lantern, possession of marijuana, disorderly conduct in the 2nd degree, criminal mischief in the 1st degree, fleeing or evading police in the 1st degree, disregarding a stop sign, and reckless driving. You understand what those charges are, sir?
Yes.
I'm not asking whether you did it or not. I'm just asking you understand what the charges are as I just read it.
Yes.
Okay. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll schedule a negotiation day in Burkesville on April 5th at 9 a.m. And the next court day is April 18th. Both of them are conditions of bond. Now, Mr. Brown, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order on each one of these charges. So the Commonwealth will have to give your attorney evidence to help you prepare for your defense. What is Mr. Brown? Is Mr. Brown being held on this or other charges? He is state free.
One, Your Honor, you tried to get here from rehab for several months. He was in rehab and I had to file the motion to revoke bond. His parents was on the bond and we finally got him in custody. I don't know how, but we finally got him.
Well, you can talk to about his bond situation.
Certainly, Judge. And I'll just say, and I'll speak with the Commonwealth. I know Mr. Brown has some medical issues, but I'll get over to speak to him, see if we can.
Your attorney will be over to see you soon to discuss your bond conditions and that sort of thing in preparation for your negotiation pretrial, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Commonwealth versus Tyler Graves. Are you Tyler Graves?
Yes.
You born in 1996?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 1271. You're here for a pretrial conference in 24 CI 0003. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
I think we have a pretrial diversion, please.
Mr. Graves, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 24 CI 0003?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you've been fully informed about your case?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. In case that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. I'm gonna ask you some qualifying questions, sir. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No,
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years, or are you currently on probation?
no,
Do you understand if you fully complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, you can have your record expunged? Do you understand that? Now, you understand that if you do not successfully complete the diversion, you're brought back in front of me and I avoid your pretrial diversion, or say you violate, I'll schedule a sentencing hearing and you be a convicted felon, and this could be used against you in the future then in felony convictions. You understand that? Okay. What's the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Judge?
Good morning, Life.
Oh,
The Commonwealth agrees to dismiss endangering the welfare of a minor and tampering with physical evidence, and amend trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, first offense, Class C felony, 5 to 10 years, to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, Class D felony. Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, first offense, oxycodone, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years pretrial, diverted for 5 years supervised. The defendant shall enter and complete the Monroe Specialty Court.
is that what you agreed to?
yes,
Okay. Are you entering this plea because you did commit the acts charged in the indictment as amended?
yes,
Are you doing so of your own free will?
yes,
Knowing your constitutional rights, is your desire to enter this plea and allow the court to fix the punishment as permitted by law?
yes.
You have the document here?
I do, Judge.
Okay.
Hit the top document or second page, Judge.
Is that your signature, sir, on there?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll accept the plea agreement, sign the document. When should he meet with probation and parole?
Judge, this is a specialty court. His order referring him to specialty courts within the packet, so it'll be about a month.
You want to meet with him?
If he's gonna stay in jail and get out till he's orientated, I won't have to, Your Honor. He'll go
Okay.
straight into jail.
Okay, has he been voted in yet?
The order referring him is in the packet.
Hasn't
No,
been
no, he'll
voted
have
in.
to
I'm
be
just
assessed.
asking if he's been voted in.
No, he'll have to be assessed. and
I'll have to be
probably vote in next
assessed and then
month.
there'll be and we'll let you out at orientation, and on that date, they'll give you instructions, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Keith Gross. And we will hold off the court costs. So what were the court costs of that?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hello? Let me get back to court costs. Okay, we'll add the court costs up. There wasn't a DUI involved in that, was there?
Guilt.
Okay, well, we'll enter an order on that. This is Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Keith Gross. Are you Keith Gross? Are you Keith Gross?
Sure.
Born in 1979.
Sure.
The last 4 digits of your social security number is 6977.
Sir.
Okay. We're here on 19 CR 0053, 22 CR 0098, 18 CR 00160, and 21 CR 0061 for a pretrial conference. What has the Commonwealth to say on these?
Your Honor,
charges?
my understanding is Mr. Gross wants a trial date, so I'm electing to try 22 CR 98. And that's for.
What is that charge?
That is a trafficking controlled substance first degree.
And Your Honor, I'm Erin Hartman. I'm here for Andrew Rhodes, who's Mr. Gross's counsel, to get this trial date.
Okay. How many days do you anticipate it'll take?
One.
1 day. Okay. The Cumberland Circuit Court case, Commonwealth versus Oliver, will that take 3 days? That's on June 10th to 12th.
Where there's over 100 charges.
Yes, and that, I wouldn't think 3 days. I'd say we could set this one on the 12th.
Okay, June the 12th.
June the
Okay.
12th? That is fine, Your Honor. Your Honor, does he do a final pretrial before that, or just if there's motions, they're filed?
File motions, you file by May 6th, for us,
May 6th,
May 16th.
May 16th. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I got a bed-aid grace recovery. Is there a way to get out the door?
I couldn't understand you.
I got a bed-aid recovery, rehab in, Russellville. I mean, is there any way to get out of bond or something and go?
Your attorney will be able to talk to you about that. There might be things involved that you don't want on the record here. So then he can contact Mr. Stockton and see if there's any relief you're entitled to, okay?
We can do that, Mr. Gross. Thank you, Your Honor.
No,
Yeah.
he's not. He's got a high line because he was in the CIC. We had to bring him to nice.
Herschel Hammer,
Yeah, no bond.
No bond, yeah, because we had to exercise. I think bond was the vote.
that last thing with Mr. Groves, I tried to add to my calendar. You took, will you do that? You know how to do that? Okay. That was on the 12th, right? 12th of June. It didn't work for some reason.
I asked that one time. Yeah, so you come back. So that will make you something really quick. Okay. We don't get it.
Get it signed, then we'll do it. And if he can get it signed, we'll do it. Yeah, from that time.
Okay.
I say probably the 18th.
Are we at Herschel Hammer now?
Yes, Judge.
Commonwealth versus Herschel Hammer. Are you Herschel Hammer?
Yeah.
Were you born in 2005?
Yes, there.
The last 4 digits of your social security number, 5631. This is 23 CR 0083. A pretrial conference and a motion to revoke bond. What does the Commonwealth have to say? You come around, Mr. Stockton?
It's fine. It's fine. Yes, Your Honor.
He has a pending case, and also he has a case that's going to the grand jury today. He was arrested on 23 CR 83 on January the 4th of 24. A bond was posted on January 22nd of 24. And then he got new charges on February the 7th of 24, new felony charges. So I'm asking that the previous bond be revoked.
And Judge, I'm aware of the charges. I mean, obviously he stands innocent to proven guilty, but the charges are here in Monroe County, so I'm aware of them.
Okay, well, we'll revoke the previous bond. And then you say that there's going to be an indictment today, you believe? So we can go ahead and, is it related to this charge or it's another charge? So we can go ahead and set a negotiation day in Burkesville on April the 5th.
Yes, and I will upload the discovery for the new charge so Mr. Pennington can have.
Okay, and the next court date will be on April the 18th.
Or Judge, I'm fine with proceeding that way, but I think this might be a one to deal with how we deal with Mr. Kruger and given that May 16th date, given if he's just going to be arraigned on the 18th, I won't be keeping both cases.
Yeah, that way Ms. Hill can take over both cases.
Well, she might, or if you reach an agreement on April the 5th, there could be a plea.
If not, then we can give her both.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah,
I mean, we can try.
okay.
I'll be able to talk to you.
April the 5th and April the 18th, okay? Attorney will be able to talk. Christopher Hilt. Christopher Hilt. Commonwealth versus Christopher Hilt, 20 CR 0056. Are you Christopher Hilt?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1988?
Sir.
Last four digits, social security number 8891.
Sir.
Pre-trial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Judge, I think I can kind of take the lead here. This is one, the Commonwealth has extended an offer to pay some restitution. I just need to, or I guess, better appropriate, my client just needs to figure out a way to pay that restitution. And
What is this case about?
This is a case where Mr. Hilt was on home incarceration. He fled to Tennessee, got about $1,500 worth of damages with an ankle monitor. I was willing to, if he could come up with the money to pay it, probate him. If he can't, then we'll have to set a trial date or do some kind of prison sentence. Because since he was extradited from Tennessee, he doesn't have any credit. He's going to have to come up with the money.
You want to schedule it for April 18th?
yes, Judge.
We'll know by then.
Excuse me. Hey, Judge. I talked to my lawyer yesterday.
Oh, Chris, I'll be able to talk to you.
No, I'm not standing at 18 with the money, man. You ain't gonna screw me. I have a right to talk to the judge, sir.
If you got $1,500, you can get out today.
You know, I'm saying though, I'm trying to talk to the judge real quick. Screw me, judge, sir.
Go ahead.
When I spoke with him, he said that it could be possible that it could be a 10% charge that I probably could come up with, which what I could give you $150 today and then be set up on a payment plan to pay restitution. The only reason why I don't have $1,500 to give him today, sir, because I have been incarcerated for 3 years. This charge has been 4 years old. And I didn't necessarily even take that band off, but I'm willing to plead to the charge if I'm able to pay the restitution to be released. I don't have no family here. I don't have no money here. I have here. So I'm saying that if the agreement would have been able to work, I was able to pay some type of money today. Or
Sir, I will be able to talk to you. That's not the agreement today.
And I'm not trying to be here to April 18th though.
Well, I'll be able to talk to you. We might come up with something that we can do before then. But what you said ain't gonna fly today.
I'm saying I'm talking to the judge though. I'm talking to the judge and I'm talking to the DA. I'm saying, sir, I could come.
DA.
Let him talk to the jury, Judge. We'll just set a trial date, and if the jury wants to let him go, they can.
Well, I'm interested in seeing if something can be negotiated. Your attorney will be over to talk to you about what the terms are. We don't necessarily have to wait to April 18th if they can agree on something. That's just the next trial date if they can agree on something. So he'll be able to talk to you. Okay, well, thank you very much, sir. Dustin Jesse. Dustin Jesse's next. Okay, thank you, sir. Dustin Jesse. Commonwealth versus Dustin Jesse, 24 CI 0006. Are you Dustin Jesse?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in 1991?
Yep.
Last four digits, social security number 0707.
Sir.
Okay, you're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Judge, could we pass this to May the 16th? We're still waiting on the lab, and he's a state prisoner.
Hey, they're waiting on lab results, Mr. Jesse. You're a state prisoner, so it won't prejudice you any. So they're going to continue this to April 18th.
If you want to, I was thinking May, that way we make sure we had it back, so.
Well, let's put on April, and if you don't have it back, you can continue it by agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, they're going to, okay, Mr. Jesse, your attorney will be able to talk to you. Hannah Line. Commonwealth versus Hannah Line, 24 CR 002. You are Hannah Line?
Yeah, Lions, yes.
Okay, were you born in 1997?
Sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 6857.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnny Bell is here representing you. What does the Commonwealth have to say in the case of Hannah Line?
We have a plea, Your Honor, pretrial diversion.
Ms. Lyon, I understand that the motion's been filed that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Are you the same person that's named in indictment number 22CR002?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today? You understand what's going on? Is your judgment impaired?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
Understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. I'm going to go down through these rights, Ms. Lyon, and at the end, I'm going to ask them if you understand, okay? You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury. The right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to all witnesses in your favor. Right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. And right to part the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt to be guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by the law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. In the event that I don't accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher punishment, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Now, I'm going to ask you some questions as part of your qualifications on the pretrial diversion. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years? Are you currently on probation?
I'm on a pretrial diversion, yes.
I don't guess she's eligible then. She wants to do a felony plea, we'll do it. If not, we can set it for trial.
Where are you on a pretrial diversion from?
Warren County, Collin says.
Where?
Warren County.
Judge, I went down there yesterday, I believe it was for her. It is over with very briefly. On this agreement here, she is going through drug court if the court allows her to do it.
Well, I mean, I'm taking a pretrial diversion plea and she's had a pretrial diversion in the last 5 years. And she's not eligible for a pretrial diversion. So she's going to have to enter a plea to a felony or we'll have to try it. Those are the two choices.
Well, I mean, it's my position, Judge. You could allow her to do a diversion if you wanted to.
It's against the statute. I mean, why'd I ask them if they've had a pretrial diversion? If I don't have to follow that law.
Well, I'm not saying if we all agree to it, who's gonna say anything about it?
Well, that would be true on any constitutional issue. You wouldn't feel that same way if I said we were going to just ignore the Fourth and Fifth Amendments, would you?
Well, no, I don't think so. I guess it always depends.
Maybe my last day in office, I might give you a break on that, but I've got 7 years to serve and I don't want to be removed for ignoring the statute, so.
Judge, if
you want to reschedule her for next month and let you talk to her?
I would, Judge. Could I ask the court, she's very young, she's got a small child.
See, I don't know anything about her, and that's a decision the Commonwealth would have to make.
I would just want to know if she could go ahead and go into drug court while we was getting this negotiated on
No,
out.
because that goes against the rules of drug court. There has to be a plea entered and technically final sentences.
You're quite the rebel today, aren't you?
Yeah.
So I tell you what we will do. I'll allow you to bring her over to one of the other jurisdictions to come or somewhere to get her done quicker, to get her on the road to getting something done, okay?
When would that be, Judge?
When's the next day we have?
For the 19th, for Tuesday in Cumberland County, and then after that, it'll be April 11th in Clinton County.
Have her come over and enter plea on the 19th. And then I can order a pre-sentence investigation for her and we can get her sentenced then.
Judge, I've got the drug court order. Could we go ahead and give that to you maybe?
Yeah. Now enter it on the day she enters the plea. Doctor?
It says.
Yeah, we can go ahead and have it said.
Yeah, I have no problem.
And that's on the 19th?
The 19th? It's next Tuesday, right? The 19th.
I'll get something figured out, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Your attorney will be over to talk to you. We're gonna,
When will he be over to speak with me? You know,
I don't know, but it'll be soon. When are you gonna be over there to see her?
Be before Tuesday of next week.
Before Tuesday of next week, okay?
Judge, I need to make a motion that her name is actually Lyons, Lyons. I would.
And S
Yes.
on it? Okay, we'll, without objection, we'll amend the indictment and all documents.
Thank you, Judge.
Titan Neal. Commonwealth versus Titan Neal. 23 CR 0060. Motion for surrender.
It should just be a motion for competency hearing, Your Honor. If
Okay.
he's not gonna stipulate.
And we're gonna stipulate, Judge. We're
Stipulate that he is
stipulating.
competent.
Yes.
Okay, what do you want to do on this case then?
Negotiation day and next motion day.
April the 5th at 9 a.m. in Burkesville for negotiation, and April 18th, the next court day. Your attorney, Mr. Neal, your attorney will be over to talk to you about this, okay? So we're gonna advance a little earlier so you can come to Burkesville, maybe move this case up a little bit, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Piercy.
Yes, Samantha.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jamie Piercy, 20 CR 0021. Mr. Piercy, were you born in 1987?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits of your social security number, 9146.
Yes, sir.
If we could, are you the same, we're here on a shock probation revocation, I think.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we got an extra camera on there somewhere. Who is that there on?
I'm assuming that female, the officer, I don't know who this other person is.
I'm Samantha Neely. I'm the drug court program coordinator for Allen County, where Jamie participates.
We got another camera that says VH Sikorsky. Whose camera is that? Where is this coming from? The camera that says,
There it is.
okay, well, we still don't know where it's from, but it's okay.
That might be the federal people.
I'm thinking that's might be it. I don't know.
We can find out in a minute here.
I don't want to lose them.
Yeah.
Okay, Jamie Piercy.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a motion to revoke shock probation or revoke probation. Mr. Piercy has a 5-year sentence on flagrant non-support. He was referred over to the Allen County Drug Court, and Miss Neely's here to testify as to why he was revoked.
So can you just tell me? They might stipulate.
Well, I don't know myself because it just says.
You
failure to
raise your
comply.
right hand, Miss Neal. Swear the testimony you're about to receive is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, you may inquire.
Miss Neely, are you familiar with the case involving Jamie Piercy?
Yes, sir.
And was he in the Allen County Specialty Court Program?
He was.
And could you tell the court why he was terminated from that program?
Yes. So he was with us from October 5th of 2022 until his termination, which was actually signed by the judge on June 14th. And he was terminated due to failure to pay his child support while he was with us. That was the final reason that he was terminated, but he did have several technical violations along the way.
What other violations did he have?
He brought his daughter to drug testing and to his individual sessions multiple times, which is explained to them is not allowed. He stayed with his in-laws in Glasgow instead of his home placement without permission. He caught a driving on a suspended license charge. After that charge, he was again caught driving before his license was reinstated. He did not follow our medical procedures involving taking a prescription medication gabapentin before informing us that he had that prescription. He also started taking another narcotic medication, Adderall, before he had submitted all the verifications that were required with that as well.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Of this witness.
So ma'am, if I'm understanding correctly, on those prescription or controlled substance, he went to a doctor, got a prescription, and didn't let y'all know soon enough, right?
Correct. He did not let us know before he started them, which is part of their participation agreement.
And with regards to, you said the straw that broke the camel's back was non-payment of child support?
Yes, sir.
Here's the problems he had before.
Part of specialty court is that an individual has to be employed, correct?
Yes.
So that wasn't a problem?
That was a problem for him to maintain his employment. Yes.
And you talked about him having some issues with his driver's license, driving on suspended?
Yes, sir.
Makes it hard to get to work, right?
2 small children at home too.
Sir, let me ask the questions. That's all I have.
I don't have any more of this witness.
You may be excused, Ms. Neal. You want to call another witness?
Yeah, I'll call Mr. Collins.
Raise your right hand, Mr. Collins, swear the testimony Beth gives the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Collins, are you familiar with Mr. Piercy's case?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to him going to drug court in Allen County, did he have any other violations?
Yes, on 5/19 of 22, he failed to appear for his revocation here in Monroe County, which time you, Judge, issued a warrant. Officer Bragg and another officer on the same day did a home visit. They did not make contact, and they left a card on the door instructing him to report on 5/20 at 10 a.m. He failed to report as directed, and a check of local jails and hospitals and justice exchange did not reveal him to be present in any of those places. Also, they got him for failure to report, where they left the card on 5/19. He failed to report on 5/20. And they have a note, says currently this officer would like to add the violation is subject, well, that's where a warrant was already issued. And on July 7th, Mr. Piercy was arrested and lodged in the Taylor County Detention Center. His probation violation warrants were served, and he was charged with the following. He was charged with no expired registration plates, license to be in possession, failure to produce insurance card, and giving an officer false identifying information.
And what day was that charge?
That was on July 7th of 22.
Of 22?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, after he was terminated from drug court or prior to this court date, has he received any other criminal charge?
Yes, on 2/15 of 24, Mr. Piercy was arrested in Barron County, 24 M 105, giving an officer false identifying information. Memo states, officer responded to 204 Taylor Street in Glasgow in reference to a tip that a male by the name of Jamie Piercy was at the residence and had active warrants. Officer was walking away from the residence when a white car pulled in the driveway, and he immediately recognized Mr. Piercy as the passenger of the vehicle. Walked up to the vehicle, made contact with Mr. Piercy. He detained him and asked him what his name was. Piercy replied with Jacob Piercy. I asked Piercy what his social security number was. He advised him that it was illegal to give an officer false identifying information. Piercy stated his social security number was, and he read the numbers off. When he ran the number through NCIC, it had no return. Piercy eventually stated his name was Jamie Piercy. Piercy was placed under arrest for the warrants and transport to the Barron County Detention Center.
I have no further questions from
You want to
Mr. Collins.
inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. So, officer, those first incidents you talked about, those were in 2022, right?
Yes,
Before Mr. Piercy went to specialty court.
I believe so.
Then that traffic citation you just mentioned a month ago. Mr. Piercy wasn't charged with any drug-related offenses then, was he?
On that day, he was just charged with giving an officer false identifying information. That was all.
No felonies?
Not that I know of.
And just to be clear, Mr. Piercy's underlying charge is what?
Flagrant non-support.
Are you aware of the balance or arrears or anything like that?
I'm not, he was supervised by another officer in another county with all that.
But it'd be fair to say he's not paid up.
I can't elaborate on that.
That's all I have, officer.
No, regularly. That's your last witness? You didn't call a witness?
No, you. Actually, yes, Your Honor. You could swear in Mr. Pearson.
First, you raise your right hand. Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name.
Jamie Piercy.
May inquire.
Jamie, can you hear me okay?
I hear you.
Can't hear you.
You'll get back here at this microphone, he can hear you. That doesn't pick it up over there. Okay?
I know, Judge.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a
Go ahead.
wanderer, I know. So Jamie, you've heard everything here. What happened in drug court whenever you weren't paying your child support?
I lost my license when I was released from jail to drug court. I had a warrant on me. I had to come back to jail. It was a turn signal ticket. I didn't have the money to pay it when I I got pulled over. I didn't know I had this warrant on me. I was released from jail with this warrant when I was released to drug court. I got pulled over, come back to jail. I made a $200 bond. Then I had to go to court and I had to pay to get my license back and the driving on suspended also. So it cost me about $500 to get my license back and I just got out of, just been released. And I've got.
Yeah, Jamie, if you were to get not revoked, would you be able to find work if you got out?
Yes.
Pay your child support?
Yes. I was paying on my child support, but it was a full amount. Yeah, I was paying everything I could at the time. I was paying on it. I was paying weekly on it when I was in program.
Had you recently hired you an attorney to go look at your child support amount since you've been in jail?
No, but I know it's up there.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Exactly.
You have any other witnesses? Would you want to cross-examine this witness?
Give me just a second, Sheriff.
Do y'all have a record of what the arrears are?
Yes, Your Honor, he owes $6,496.40 to one party, and he owes $1,101.50 to another party, approximately $7,600. Okay, just hold on a second. I don't have any questions for Mr. Pearson.
No questions.
And Judge, if I could be heard briefly on arguments. I understand the Commonwealth's position, but putting this man in prison be tantamount to debtor's prison in this situation. He was trying to work. Yeah, got pulled over, again, trying to go to work. And in this situation, yes, Ms. Pierce, she's going to be punished. But so are them children that are beneficiaries of that $7,500.
Well, they've kind of been punished already, hadn't they? Because he hadn't been paying it.
The child that
I don't, no.
She's actually in my house. My father.
Okay, here's the deal. There appears to be a problem with Mr. Pierce as far as being compliant in any situation that he's in. He's not compliant. The rules that we have and the rule of law is dependent on people being compliant. If they're not compliant, they're hard to handle. Now, I will take this under advisement. If he'll pay all of his child support off, let him borrow some money. I don't care to dismiss all these flagrant unsupports and forget these violations if he pays his child support off. Okay, so I'll give him a month. I'll bring it back up on the next docket. What you say has some merit, but essentially people make decisions on what they do with their money. And the decision that he's made is for a considerable period of time, he didn't comply with the court's orders for months and months and months. This didn't all arrear in 1 week or 1 month or everything. So I'm going to give him a month to see what he can come up with to satisfy the Commonwealth before I revoke him. He's done enough to get revoked, but I'd like to get an opportunity for this amount to be paid and get him on his way. And so we don't have to have him in the system. Does that sound reasonable, Mr. Stockton? You know, I mean, he's done enough to get revoked, but, you know, I don't know whether I'm gonna change whether or not he's gonna comply with.
I think we've established he's not gonna comply with the rules, whether it's drug court or probation.
That's exactly. So just give him a chance to buy his way out of this thing here and we'll bring him back here on April the 18th. Unless he's paid in full the amount of child support, and then by agreed order, I'd be glad to dismiss the whole thing.
Jamie, I'll be over to talk to you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, now we got somebody on here. They're gone now. What was it that we didn't recognize? No, that's about right. Fatima Robles, Fatima, is that how you say it?
Yes.
Miss Robles, I'll just say. How do you say your first name?
Fatima.
Fatima, excuse me. You're here for arraignment. This is 24-0015. Were you born in 1996?
Yes.
The last four digits of your social security number are 6935.
Yes.
Okay, you have a right to remain silent. Your attorney is here. The charge against you is criminal facilitation to commit murder and criminal facilitation to assault in the first degree. Do you understand what those charges are?
Yes.
Okay. You acknowledge your receipt of the indictment? Counselor, waive formal reading and arraignment, acknowledge the identity of your client, interplead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order. Mr. Garrett has entered an official entry of appearance. Ms. Robles, they've handed your attorney information about your case. With the seriousness of this charge, Mr. Stockton, is it too early to have a negotiation date on April the 5th? How come?
Probably. I think Mr. Garrett's gonna be in both cases, so whenever he's ready, I'll be glad to talk to him.
Yes.
Both cases? What do you mean by both cases?
So
Both these charges?
yes,
These charges plus Mr. Jose Robles.
Okay.
and I'll tender a waiver of dual.
Is he on the docket today?
He is, Your Honor.
Okay.
I do have one thing to ask on behalf of Ms. Robles. I've spoken with Commonwealth, and what I would propose for the court as far as a bond would be a property.
Well, we
bond.
got to set some dates first here.
Okay,
so
sure.
Let's have her come back here on April the 18th. And there's no reason to have a negotiation date to that if she's still incarcerated. Now, what is the bond on her now?
I am showing that, on this bond decision, it was 50,000, I issued 2 times the property. Then it was to no bond, I believe when Janessa presented.
Okay, it was originally set at $50,000 cash, and when it was presented to me, I changed it to no bond because I didn't know anything about the charges and the seriousness of the charges.
Judge, if I might, the UOR code was incorrect. So I think when it was presented to the court, it appeared as murder and assault first. And so that was the change. It should have read facilitation to each of those.
Well, that doesn't warm the cockles of my heart very much. Facilitated the murder. It's still, you know.
I understand, but certainly that's a different level of gravity.
Well, I don't know that. You're right, the codes are wrong. But I don't know what I would feel if somebody in my family had been murdered. I wouldn't feel bad that the person who facilitated it was like not there. But what do you have to say about the bond?
There are 2 Class D felons.
Yeah.
Mr. Garrett told me earlier that they could make a $50,000 property bond and put her on home incarceration with no credit for time served.
as a bond condition, and I didn't know what the court's desire was.
Well, if they'll do that and put an ankle bracelet on her, I'll make
Work
it
church doctor.
work church doctor, and I'll make it a $25,000. That means that they have to put $50,000 of property up, clear property up. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we'll enter an order that she will not receive credit for time served on that.
We'll stipulate to that.
Okay, that'll be fine. We've changed your bond, Mr. Obles. They're gonna, $25,000 worth of property, $25,000 property bond. Somebody in your family or friend can post $50,000. They're gonna put you on an ankle bracelet. They'll get credit for time served. And you go to home, church, work, or the doctor, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, but that's the federal inmate there, if it would please.
Well, that's what that's, okay. Let's go, Mr.
Josh Benson.
Mr. Josh Vincent. Josh Vincent, you turn your microphone on.
Can you turn him?
He's not even connected to the audio.
I'm sorry,
He's not even connected to the audio.
he's not?
Oh, I can't ask him.
Mr. Vincent, can you hear me? Mr. Vincent, can you hear me? You need to get someone to help you connect to the audio. Mr. Vincent, can you hear me? Obviously not.
Sorry, Judge.
No, Mr. Vincent, can you hear me now?
Go back to jail, Judge.
Mr. Vincent. Well, I don't really know what to do, Mr. Bell. He's there, we see him. He can't hear us. Joshua Vincent. Joshua Vincent.
Trying to, but I can't turn my video on. I don't know if judgment. It's not working. Okay, he's connected now. Now he needs to open.
Okay, now you need to open your mic up now, sir. The mic button there. Okay.
Right.
Can you
Can you hear me?
oh, we got it going on now, Joshua. Good job. Commonwealth versus Joshua Vincent, 22 CR 001 and 21 CR 00132. Mr. Vincent, were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
And were the last four digits of your social security number 0217?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnny Bell is here today representing you, and you're here for arraignment only. You have a right to remain silent, okay? The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with assault in the fourth degree and strangulation in the second degree, as well as possession of a handgun by a convicted felon. They've also charged you in 21 CR 00132 of possession of controlled substance in the first degree. I'm not asking you whether you're pleading on that. Do you understand those charges? Just understand what they are.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Bell, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty on his behalf, and reserve all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, now what do you want to do, Mr. Stockton, about setting a date on this?
Well, if we set the negotiation day, and if we arrive to plea, maybe we can figure out some way to end it. That's all I know to do.
Is there any way that,
Hey, you need to come around where he can hear you here.
We can set a negotiation day, and if we can arrive at a plea, maybe we can figure out how to get it in. If not, I don't know what we'll do, because if we have to have a trial, I don't know that he'd be available.
Well, he won't be until he gets out of this. The other thing, here's the thing about it. We can set the negotiation day. I have no certainty that can you get in to see him, Mr. Bell?
I don't even know where he's at right now, Judge.
Where are you at?
I'm in Virginia right now, sir, but I could be leaving anytime to go to the halfway house. But the only thing holding me up is this pending charge right here. And
we're trying to get this disposed of if we can find you and get your attorney to work with you and do a plea agreement of some sort. We've just had a hard time locating you ourselves or getting access to you. So they're not gonna let you go to the halfway house until this is resolved here?
yeah, like I could have left back in October and to the halfway house. And right now I could leave at the first of this coming month to go to the halfway house, but the pending case, they won't let me leave.
I got you.
With a pending case.
I understand.
Judge, I would just ask the court to consider lifting the hold on him here. He won't be released, but at least he'll go to halfway house. I would be able to communicate.
I don't know whether it's the hold that's keeping him there or whether it's the fact he's charged.
It's the pending charge. It's they asked me if I could get it.
I understand. What I'm telling you is I don't know whether it's the hold that the court has on you or whether there's a pending charge. If I can take the hold off, if that'll get you the halfway house.
We don't have a hold on.
We don't have a hold on.
No, there's nothing showing in the NCIC except a pending charge.
Okay.
The case manager asked me if it could be dismissed with prejudice and then brought back up once I get to the halfway house. That would get me out the door.
Dismissed without prejudice.
Or without prejudice. That way you could bring it back up.
Let me get some details from Mr. Bell and I'll.
It will, your attorney will talk to the Commonwealth and see if we can accommodate this in some way, okay? They'll be back with you. Now that we know where you are, could you give do you give the location so Mr. Bell can get a hold of you, what institution it is? What institution?
Yeah, it's the Federal Correctional Center in Petersburg, Virginia.
Okay, he's writing that down and he'll talk to the Commonwealth. They'll try to work through it to get you in a halfway house and then you can address these things, okay?
All right.
Thank you very much.
See you, Josh.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, now let's go to Evelyn Shirley. Evelyn Shirley, are you Evelyn Shirley?
Yes.
This is 24 CR 0011. Miss Shirley, were you born in 1959?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security, 1698.
Yes.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Your attorney here is here. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, second offense. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we will set a negotiation day on April the 5th at 9 a.m. for Miss Shirley in Burkesville. And the next court appearance will be April the 18th at 9 a.m. here in Monroe County. What's this lady's bond?
About 25,000 cash, Judge.
I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here that will give you evidence. Why is her cash bond there?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. She came back as a moderate 4 to reoffend and low for FTAs, Your Honor. I know it was originally put on here as a 25,000 cash or twice the property.
I just asked the court to consider the new charge coming through the grand jury today too, and said whatever you feel is appropriate.
I wasn't aware of the new charge. What is the new charge?
It's a class B felony engaging in organized crime.
Okay. Well, Ms. Shirley, there's a new charge evidently coming through today that will involve you. Once you get arraigned on that, then your attorney can negotiate concerning your bond. So those June the 5th, and if you will give the discovery on the new indictment to counsel, that might advance your time a little bit, Ms. Shirley. The new charge, your attorney get the information, you can enter a negotiation on April 5th, and you won't have to wait to next month and then do a negotiation, okay?
I'll be over to see you, ma'am.
Thank you. Jason Smith. Jason Smith. Commonwealth versus Jason Smith, 23 CR 0081 and 20 CR 0078. 81 is a pretrial conference, 78 is a probation revocation. Mr. Smith, were you born in 1982?
Yeah.
Last four digits, social security number 4232. Okay, what's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, my understanding is Mr. Smith is going to stipulate to the revocation in 20 CR 78, and I'm going to dismiss. It's a possession case, 23 CR 81. He's already a state prisoner and got 10 years, so the possession I was just going to dismiss.
Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
So you want to stipulate the violation and they're going to dismiss 23 CR 0081 with prejudice. Is that correct? In other words, they're dismissing the new charge and you just stipulate the violation on the other one. You don't get any additional time. Is that correct?
You have to say yes, Jason. That's what we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay, we'll do that. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Andrew Stinson.
Judge, I think it's a typo. It should be Andrea.
Did you all enter the order on that?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, I think we've already entered the shop over on that. That's Ms. Hill's case, so she's not here.
Andrea Stinson.
Yes.
Did we enter a motion for shock probation?
I thought we entered the gray order. She's supposed to be going to rehab. Stop.
And see, that was on Ashley Dubree, Andrea Stinson, Mr. Pennington is handling.
I've got a total confusion between the two Andrews.
Okay, this is a motion.
I like how that was going, but we'll take that agreed order.
Andrea, is that your correct name, Andrea?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
That's four digits, your social security number 1838?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a motion for shock probation, these two cases. You want to present your,
Absolutely, Judge. This is my motion. Ms. Stinson is currently serving on a wanton endangerment charge. She's currently served well over 17 months. Came up for parole very recently, was denied. But I can, if we need to call Officer Collins, we can. Home placement was approved. Ms. Stinson, I can get her testimony on this, is, recently been baptized, is currently going through as many classes as she can there, but with losing teachers, that's limited. So Judge, what we're asking, she has a plan, home placement, and has some skills in cake baking. And Judge, we can take testimony, has a place lined up and would hopefully be baking cakes in the shop.
what were the underlying charges?
That's where I'm at a loss, Your Honor, because I've totally made a mistake in this case because
That's
I've
the
got her
one mixed up with Andrea, Ashley Dubree.
That's the one endangerment charge.
Yes, I know. Could we just pass this case till the next Tuesday? I very well may agree to it, but I just don't know anything about it.
We'll schedule this case to be heard next Tuesday. Ms. Stinson, that way you won't have to wait till the next rule day. They're going to check on the file, make sure they've got the right file here, okay? Be heard in Burkesville next Tuesday.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Sutton. Christopher Sutton. Okay, after this case, will you attorneys kind of relocate on the front row, the attorneys? Hello? Hi, the attorneys on the front row, all of y'all relocate somewhere because the grand jury is going to come up. Hate to interrupt your naps there, but Christopher Sutton.
Yes.
Yeah, this is 24 CI 007. Are you Christopher Sutton?
Yes.
Born in 1995?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number 1321? Here for a pretrial conference, what do we have?
And Judge, we just need another negotiation day.
Negotiation date in Burkesville, April the 5th at 9 a.m. The next court date here is April 18th. Is that all right with the Commonwealth?
Yeah, Your Honor.
And Judge, if I need to be heard, I can, or need to file a motion, I can. I would just ask, I know we had discussed and you had said get with the Commonwealth regarding a bond for Mr. Sutton. This was one that was set higher because there was, and I'll admit first, there was a firearm involved. But Judge, I would just ask to mirror the bond you just set for Ms. Robles. Mr. Sutton's family has about $25,000 in property.
Is there a firearm involved in her case?
Well, there's a death.
Well, no, you said it wasn't, it was just a facilitation. That's why, you know, I mean, I was.
Well, Judge, this was a possession case, so there was no death involved in Mr. Sutton's case.
What was it, possession of drug and there was a firearm involved? What's the Commonwealth have to say?
There was a firearm involved and allegedly had meth in the butt of the firearm. In this case.
Well, work with the Commonwealth on it. I'm not inclined to change the bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
Farm thing. Bring the grand jury.
All right, I'll leave.
Yeah, they'll be in back, but you're finished. Well, they'll be back when you're about to bond. We're gonna bring the grand jury in right now.
Okay, you stay in here?
Will you shut this camera off just for a second in here when the grand jury comes in?
Incarceration, no credit.
You're finished, Mr. Sutton.
Do I need to stay in the room or do I need to go back to my cell?
No, you're finished for today. Your attorney will be over to talk to you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll be right back with the Barron County Jail. All rise for the grand jury, please. Okay, are you the foreperson of the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Everybody can be seated now in the courtroom. Mr. Foreman, have 9 or more of you agreed to everything on the document you have in your hand?
Yes, sir.
Could you present it to? Everything seems to be in order. A couple cases were dismissed, it appears, or not proceeded with. We'll have if they're in custody, we'll have summons probably issued. If they're not in custody, we'll have warrants with appropriate bond to assure their appearance and to make sure that if they are a danger, that the public is protected until they can have a bond hearing. Okay. That concludes your business today. I think the next day that you're back here is on April the 18th, unless there's an insurrection or riot. And in these days, you can't ever tell whether you might have insurrection or riot. So you are excused if you follow the bailiff out this way. We thank you for your service today and look forward to seeing you on April the 18th. Okay, let's go back to the Barron County Jail. Yeah. Do I need to hit some? That get it?
Yeah.
Okay, Jared Terry. Jared Terry. Are you Jared Terry? This is 23 CR 0037. Mr. Terry, were you born in 1994?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last 4 digits of social security number 6082.
Yes, Your Honor.
Here for a pretrial conference. What do you have?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Mr. Terry, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yeah.
Are you the same person that we previously identified in 23 CR 0037?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, Your Honor.
You discuss this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the evidence which the Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe you've been fully informed about this case?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Do you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution, and before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. Now, I'm going to go down through them here in a second. At the end, I'm going to ask if you understand them if you have any questions. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have a right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witness in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand that entering a guilty plea, they give up those rights. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report to be done for probation and parole. After reviewing that report, if I decide not to accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty of assault second degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years to serve. The defendant shall have no contact with the victim. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. The Commonwealth opposes probation and shock probation. The defendant shall forfeit the black compact handgun with black slide and stainless steel barrel, 9mm caliber, black 6-round magazine, Diamondback model, DB9, serial number YL9017, Winchester model 1200, 12 gauge, 3-chamber, full choke barrel, pump action, walnut stocks, serial number L5497776, Hatfield 12 gauge, 3 chambers, single shot shotgun, Woodstock, serial number 12S19-005164, and BPI Connecticut Valley Arms Mag Boat 150 black powder, 50 caliber muzzle loaders, serial number 61-13-134378-01 to the Commonwealth of Kentucky and be disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency. The defendant agrees to have any and all other evidence destroyed in a manner consistent with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
No, Your Honor.
And Judge, if I may, there was one.
Say yes.
He actually said, I think he said no, and with regards to forfeiture, there was an agreement with the Commonwealth with regards to his grandmother receiving certain firearms.
Well, we didn't reach an agreement because I told you that if the court would go along with it, and you had a responsible party that, because he maintains these shotguns and the muzzle loader weren't used in the crime, what Commonwealth agrees, and the court would agree, I would release them to a responsible party. But I never received the name of a person. Well, I didn't.
I'm sorry.
In a timely manner, so we can handle that matter at sentencing if he wants to.
Absolutely, yes, that's what we intend to do, Judge, intend to a separate forfeiture order and property release order.
But what did it be subject, just change the plea agreement to say subject to hearing of ownership of firearms.
Okay.
What we're going to decide, sir, is if you've got an appropriate person to receive these firearms at your sentencing, okay? Because you can't have the firearms, you're going to be a convicted felon. So we have to have somebody that's responsible to receive the firearms. So is that what you agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll proceed then, and they'll interlineate that, and I'll show you the change on it before we do it here. You need to initial it, counselor, so. Now,
I did, and Ms. Gordon Anderson did as well.
Yeah, are you pleading guilty because you are guilty of the charges in the indictment as amended?
Allegedly, Your Honor.
Okay, let me say this. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment as amended.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you doing so of your own free will and for no other purpose?
Yes, Your Honor.
I've explained your constitutional rights. Is it still your desire to enter the plea and allow the court to fix your punishment? You understand that after entering a guilty plea, any future convictions of felonies could have enhanced range of penalties because of this plea. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now you hand the plea up here. I'm going to hold up the plea agreement here and ask you to identify your signature. Is that your signature on there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm also going to hold it up and show that the hearing on the ownership of the firearms has been added to that. You see that right there in the blue ink?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I'll accept the plea, order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole, and we'll schedule sentencing on April the 18th.
I want to clarify, that will only be possible return on the long guns, not the 9mm. That will
That's
be
right.
full.
Yeah, it was the two shotguns and the muzzle.
That were not used in the.
Absolutely, Judge.
Okay, that'll be it. Okay, thank you very much. Benjamin Tooley. Benjamin Tooley. Commonwealth versus Benjamin Tooley, 21 CR 0092, 24 CR 0020, 20 CR 005, 21 CR 0093. Mr. Johnny Bell is here to represent Mr. Tooley. You are Benjamin Tooley.
Sir.
You're born in 1987.
Sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2174. We have one case you need to be arraigned in, Mr. Tooley. You have the right to remain silent. Possession of controlled substance in the first degree indictment was determined by the Monroe Circuit Court grand jury. Possession of drug paraphernalia, equipment, a vehicle not to be a nuisance or a menace, expired plates, registration plate receipt not in possession, failure to maintain insurance, motor vehicle insurance to be in paper or electronic form, failure to illumine the registration plate, and driving on a suspended license. Do you understand what those charges are, Mr. Tooley?
Right.
Okay, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order that says the Commonwealth will give your attorney information to help prepare for your case. And now we've got these probation revocations. You just want to take all those over to the negotiation day and see if.
Your Honor, and I don't know when the manslaughter trial is set in Allen County, but really there's no need. I'm waiting to see what happens in that on how to address the probation revocation.
Judge, that's the case that I've been talking about having a conflict. That starts the 15th of April.
Okay, let's schedule this next appearance here on May the 16th, and y'all can choose your own negotiation day on this case. Depends on what happens on that, okay?
Judge, I also filed a motion in this bond to amend Mr. Tooley's bond. If the court recalls, we had done an agreed order. We tried to talk on the phone about that. I was in the middle of a hearing and don't think I explained myself very well. What we're asking is for the court, he has a $30,000 cash bond in Allen County. What we're asking, Your Honor, is to make the bond in Monroe County concurrent with the 30,000 cash in Allen. And he has not committed any further acts since he's been released from jail, with the exception of this 24 case. And I think that was the question you had when we had a phone conversation. I couldn't answer it at that time.
With the exception of what we just arraigned him on?
Yes, sir.
Well, what we just arraigned him on would be sufficient to revoke his bond.
Well, I'm not saying, I'm just trying to be candid and honest with the court.
Let's just wait and see what happens over there and in Allen County. And then if he's found not guilty in Allen County, then that could put a different light on what the Commonwealth has to do. Okay.
He's been out for a long period of time. He's not had any dirty drug test, anything in the world.
Until this,
but there is some questions concerning this, Judge. I know you're not interested in that today, but I do think there's some very strong meritorious defenses in this situation that he's in.
Bad stop or something, you think?
No, I think that there's a strong possibility that the drugs were planted on Mr. Tooley. He was not even dirty, when they pulled him over. He consented, he went through everything like he was supposed to. He's had a good job. He's been working here in Monroe County. He's not had any problems. I think his employer's wanting him back, but
Can you make the bond in Allen
he
County?
can make the bond in Allen County, Your Honor.
30,000 cash?
30,000 cash, yes, sir.
I think, my only thing I know about Mr. Tooley was, according to Mr. Jones, he was working for Mr. Ross in the meat department, and he came in real well. So,
Okay, I'll let that bond down there stand for this case here. Mr. Tooley, as a condition, Mr. Tooley, are you gonna go back to work for Mr. Ross as soon as you get out? Is that what you're gonna do?
Sir.
Okay, well, I'll let the bond, if he can make that bond down there, we'll let the bond stand good for here too.
Thank you, Judge.
For all the cases, yeah.
thank you, Judge. I would ask for the usual restrictions, Judge, work, church, and doctor.
Yeah, this bond will have work, church, the doctor, sort of restrictions on. Michael Turner. Michael Turner.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Michael Turner, 23 CR 0055. Are you Michael Turner?
Yes.
Were you
Yes.
born in 1967?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 1161.
Yes, sir.
You're on a pretrial conference. Mr. Bruce Brown is here representing you. What do you have to say?
Judge, I don't understand why Mr. Turner is still incarcerated. When we appeared on this last in Cumberland County in January, he was released ROR. He has an ROR bond. It still shows that.
I thought he couldn't go back. He was wanting to go to an address that he wasn't supposed to go.
Did he have an ankle bracelet? He did give an address that he could go to in Flippin, that was his parent. And I talked to his parent, his dad, and his dad stated he did not have the money to install an ankle bracelet on Mr. Turner. And Mr. Turner didn't have that funds either.
Okay.
And the house that he was showing those.
I didn't realize he was still in jail. I guess all I could ask for, Judge, is to set it for April and I can go meet with him in the jail.
Well, you also might see if he can come up with the ankle bracelet. What's the charge here?
Oh, this is the case where he had a gun and he got into it with some of the neighbors and he was wanting to go back and live at that same house that was owned by those neighbors.
Well, let's have him for a negotiation on April the 5th.
This indictment is from 2009. It's not even the right address on this indictment. I can show the jailer here right now. It's all over property and money. And they have even shot me and I was told to get the gun and they come over on that property and try to kill me that day.
Don't talk about the case, Mr. Turner.
But I was supposed to go down and go to the heart. And you said the court would pay for it that day. The ankle monitor, which will have to be cut off when I go to the doctor. Because of the machine. I need heart surgery right now. I've been denied my medicine since I've been in this jail.
I guess I just moved with the judge, would the court consider releasing Mr. Turner without an ankle monitor? Since he can't afford it.
The issue is where's he gonna go?
Where's he gonna live?
But I think he can live at his father's house.
Well,
His
Tell me there's no house
stepfather.
there anymore.
Yes, his father said he could come and live with him.
739 Flippin Lamb Road.
Is he a county prisoner?
He is now.
How much does it cost for us to keep him over there every day?
$45 a day.
And what's the ankle monitor?
A $200 setup and $100 a week.
$95 a week.
Well, I'll in an order, if the county judge executive will agree to pay for the monitor, I'll agree to do that. It's gonna save him money. Put him on an ankle monitor to his father's house, church, or the doctor. You are disabled, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll let him go to church, his address that he gives, or the doctor, or any hospital he has to, order the county to pay for that. Will county agree to that, you think? Yeah, okay, we'll try to get the county to agree to that, Mr. Turner.
Your Honor, I've got a question. If they've been paying, if y'all been paying for my medical, because
Look, you just got a pretty good break there. You need to talk to anything else to your attorney, okay? You need to move on, okay?
Mr. Turner, contact my office when you get out of jail, okay?
they won't let me call, sir. I've been trying to get to call you.
Listen to me. You be quiet and listen. He said when you get out of jail to call, and you're fixing to get out of jail. If you just quieten down and sit down, you're gonna get out of jail. Don't say anything else. Okay, thank you. Abigail Vibert.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you Abigail Vibert?
Yes, sir.
This is 23 CR 0052. Were you born in 1996?
Yes, sir.
The last four digits of your social security, 1327.
Yes, sir.
And Judge, this is similar to Mr. Neal's case. We'll stipulate as to competency and just need a negotiating and.
Negotiation date is set on April the 5th at 9 a.m. and the next court date will be April 18th. Now I want to digress to Mr. Turner's. Listen, Mr. Stockton, I'm going to digress to Mr. Turner in just a second. The house that he goes to, I want it searched. I don't want any weapons in that as a condition of the bond. No firearms of any kind, no pistols, no long guns, and only dull knives. Okay? Thank you.
Ms. Favorite stipulated.
She stipulated competency. Okay. Okay, your attorney will be over, Ms. Vibert.
Thank you.
Okay, Sonny Voorhees. Commonwealth versus Sonny Voorhees, 22 CR 0074. You are Sonny Voorhees,
Yes, sir.
born in 1974.
Yes,
The
sir.
last four digits, social security number 8685. We're here on a probation revocation.
Yes, sir.
It'll be an extensive hearing. I called Mr. Bell yesterday morning and he said we couldn't get ready for it today, so can we just have it next month? Or we can set it whenever the court wants to.
Why is it going to be extensive?
Well, the problem is he's in Barron County in a motel room with Jacinda Evans, who was on the docket today that didn't show up. There was a handgun found in there along with some drugs, a small amount. Mr. Bell's contention is that it's Miss Evans. I've talked to the prosecutor in Barron County. They don't know that they're going to even charge Mr. Voorhees on this, but they hadn't made a complete decision yet. So the only thing I was going to do was bring the officers over here, show what they found, let the court make a decision on it. I don't know if Miss Evans will be available to testify or not. We got a warrant out for her now, so.
Let's schedule this on April the 18th.
Judge,
Is she a convicted felon? Well, I mean, you can violate someone for associating with convicted felons, can't you? I mean, he's in a hotel room with drugs and a gun with a convicted felon. Is that like not against the rules?
That'll be part of the motion. I mean, we're going to have a hearing. So.
Yeah, I know it's not just whether they charge him or not. If he was even there, it would be pretty tough, you know? So we'll wait and hear what the testimony is on the 18th. Okay.
Judge, that's the Thule trial, the 18th. I'm sorry, but I keep saying.
Well, you want to bring him to Burkesville on April? What's next Tuesday? Can you be ready by next Tuesday?
I'd rather go to that May date if I could.
Okay, May 16th then.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
You have a good day, Judge.
Thank you. Jamie Watson. Up to this point, Mr. Bell, it's been lovely. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Jamie Watson.
Judge, we're on W. I'm
Now,
gonna try to keep it that way.
we're back under the statutes and constitution now that Mr. Bell's gone.
Right.
Jamie Watson for arraignment. Are you Jamie Watson?
Yes, sir.
This is 24 CR 0016. Were you born in 1979?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits is your social security number 2051. You're
Yes,
here
sir.
today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. Your attorney is here. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with return indictment, charging you with careless driving, traffic and controlled substance first offense, possession of marijuana, failure to maintain insurance, operating a motor vehicle under influence, and being a persistent felony offender. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you set a negotiation date in Burkesville, 9 a.m. on April the 5th? And the next court date here is on April the 18th.
And Judge, I just want to clarify, I'm looking at the docket sheet and I just want to see what Mr. Watson's bond is. In fact, it is. I see a notation is $50,000 and then I also see a 10% amount notation. So
I'm showing that on 222, that during presentations, that it was set at 50,000 at 10%.
Okay,
thank you, Judge.
okay. Your attorney will be over to see you, Mr. Watson. Melinda Webb. Melinda Webb. Commonwealth versus Melinda Webb, 22 CR 0068 and 23 CR 0032. Ms. Webb, were you born in 1977?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of your social security number are 0010.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a motion for shock probation. Mr. Hampton?
Yes, Judge, I think, actually, the motion had previously been filed and you took it under advisement in October of 23. I think you, at that time, I wasn't here, but I think my understanding is you wanted to see what advantages she took, what she took advantage of while she was incarcerated. I've attached some program that she has completed, the moral recognition therapy program, the anger management therapy program. Since I filed my motion, she's completed the parenting program. And I think more importantly, you'll see a letter from Mark Thomas attached to my motion, who is the program coordinator, that indicates that she's been a help with other classmates, takes criticism without issue. Actually, she is, in his words, one of the only few of his students who he thinks could succeed.
What were the underlying charges, Mr. Stockton? You want to come around?
They're all possession charges, Your Honor.
How you feel about this?
Well, I think it'd be to her benefit she stayed in and served out, but if she wants to come out on shock, it'd be 5 years and comply with the orders of court. I think Ms. Webb has made progress. I've dealt with Ms. Webb since I've been Commonwealth attorney.
How much time does this take for her to serve out?
I think at November. That's what Mr. Collins told me.
I think she's discussed this with her family. I haven't discussed it, but she understands it, that the probation's a lot longer than what possibly she'll be on this MR.
It's MRS, mandatory reentry supervision, Your Honor. She's probably eligible maybe next month for it to be released.
Do you understand that, Ms. Webb, that you might be eligible next month to be released?
Yeah, but that's not correct. My minimum's not till next year. The second, the February 25.
That's your pro eligibility date. It's the
No,
next
that's my serve out date.
20, oh, serve out, okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm gonna give her what she wants. I'm gonna shock probate you, but I'm gonna tell you that you need to live at the foot of the cross between now and then. Work, take care of your family and your business, and when should she report to probation and parole?
Your Honor, Monday morning at 9 o'clock in Glasgow.
You hear that, Miss Webb in Glasgow?
I'll let her. What time Monday morning?
9 a.m.
Okay, I'll let you out at 7 a.m. on Monday morning, and you have somebody take you directly to probation and parole on Monday morning. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck. Is there anybody else at the jail that we're supposed to see?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Oh, sir. Transported loads.
Jose,
Rubbles, Your Honor.
hold on just a second. Jose Robles, right?
Correct, Your Honor. And then we have 3 for the show calls at 11.
How many?
3.
Okay. Jose Robles. Are you Jose Robles?
Yeah.
Okay, we're here for a pretrial conference and a motion to reduce bond and an ex parte motion.
Judge, that was motions filed by the DPA. I'm going to be entering an appearance.
You're entering an appearance, you want to schedule it. What's Mr. Robles charged with?
Murder and assault first.
Murder and assault first. Okay, so you want to, what do you want to do on this thing?
Judge, as far as the DPA motion, I guess that would be withdrawn. As far as the motion for the bond reduction, we can just kind of put that on hold.
Okay, so you'll reschedule any motions that you have for April the 18th?
Yes.
No reason to have a negotiation date on this, is there?
No.
Okay, April 18th. There's been an entry of appearance by a new attorney and scheduled for April the 18th. Now, what, is it time for the show cause docket? Okay, well, let's do the show cause docket. How many people we have on it? Okay. Yeah, I guess I have it right here.
No, over here, but use this one because it's a significant one.
Okay. Give me the ones you have there in Barron County in jail and I'll call yours first.
I have Miss Heather Franklin, Joshua Price, and Aaron Southworth, Your Honor.
Let's call them one at a time here. Let's get Franklin up. Heather Franklin.
Yes, sir.
Heather Franklin is 22 CR 00096. Are you Heather Franklin?
Yes, sir.
You owe $250. What are those? Those are court costs? Tell me what they are.
It should say it on the box.
It says show cause deferred installment payments.
No, over there is it handwritten in. Oh, no, that one. Yeah, see,
Cost.
the court.
What are you in jail for now, Miss Franklin?
The treatment center, I was at Henderson and I stayed 5 months, but my mom wound up,
I don't want you to go into detail. Is it a Monroe County case?
yes,
Okay,
sir.
well, I'm gonna put off anything on this thing until, put it back on the docket on May 16th, okay?
And Judge, my understanding, just because I'm here, is I think that she's awaiting a decision on specialty court. Ain't that right, Heather?
Yes, they said that they would vote me in today.
Okay, well, what, they voted you in, so when she gets in that, I'll let them take up her payment on these, court costs, okay? They'll include that in the requirements of your drug court.
So Heather, you got in.
Still want him to come back?
So what happens?
No, okay, you got voted into drug court, so they'll get in contact about orientation. I'm not gonna set a date certain for her to come back in front of the court. I'm gonna let the drug court deal with this 250, and so they won't forget that. Let me give it to you, and you can give it to drug court people. Give it to drug court people. Okay, thank you. Who's the next person you have?
Joshua Price, Your Honor.
I didn't catch the name.
Joshua Price.
Joshua. Commonwealth versus Joshua Price, 16 CR 0038. Joshua, you got a $25 show cause. You need to have somebody come in and pay $25 to get this over with, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll give you to the next court date to do that. I won't issue a warrant for you until then. So let's say have somebody in 7 days and I'll withdraw the warrant, okay?
Yes, sir.
$25, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just enjoy it. Okay, who else do you have?
Aaron Southworth.
Southward, okay. Commonwealth versus Aaron Southworth. 22 CR 0072. Are you Mr. Southworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you owe $540 in court costs. Are you in jail on something else or just on this?
Something else.
Okay. What are you in jail on?
Burglary first.
Okay, is that here in Monroe County or is it in Barron?
Monroe.
Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is defer any action on this until we find out what's going on the other charge. Okay, have you got anybody that can pay you on this $540 for you?
Oh, yeah, probably, but I thought I was up to date paying it. I paid, January, February. So I guess March is when
When are you scheduled to be back in court here?
Tuesday, the 16th or the 19th.
May 16th or April 18th?
March 19th. Or, I'm not sure.
You're gonna be in district courts where you're gonna be.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, since he's in jail, I'm gonna schedule this thing. Let's schedule this for May the 16th to see if the grand jury takes any action on him between May the 16th. I'm gonna continue this, put it back on the docket for May 16th, okay? Thank you very much. Is there anybody else over there, Barron County?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go down through this docket here. Dalton Birdwell, 22 CR 0051. The restitution is $33.93. I want a bench warrant issued and he can purge himself by paying $1,000. And then he'll need to make the monthly installment payments that he's supposed to make after that. He has to pay $1,000 to purge himself of contempt. Amanda Bland, are you here? Okay, Amanda Bland, bench warrant be issued. She pay $509 fines and fees. Jacqueline Braswell, bench warrant be issued. You purge yourself by paying $290. The next one is Roy Neal Brown. It says it's been paid in full, correct? Okay. Commonwealth versus Christopher Burks, 17 CR 00109. Mr. Burks, you want to come up? This is quite an old case here. The records show you owe $200 in court costs. Can you do anything toward that?
Yeah, I think it's all added up to one.
Yeah, and then there's restitution in $992.86.
Yeah, I thought they was all added up, together.
Well, I can add them up together. It's $1,192.86.
I just paid $200 on it last month. I'm gonna pay some more on it this month.
Did you pay $200 last month?
Yeah, I had a warrant for attempt to court. Well, I didn't. No, I had court.
Can you pay $200 today?
Probably not.
What can you pay today?
Probably about 40, 50, maybe.
Can you pay $100 today?
I can try. I gotta finish a transmission job.
You're working?
Yeah, just odd jobs now.
Well, have you got any possibility of getting a full-time job?
Yes, sir.
Where is that at?
Sawmills, Warren.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you 30 days to get a full-time job and do a wage assignment of $100 a month. Okay, so within 30 days, you're to show proof that you can get a wage assignment, and if not, you be back here on April the 18th and bring your toothbrush with you.
Yes, sir.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Brittany Carnes.
She was
Ms. Christie.
yeah, she was the one in Leslie County this morning.
Yeah. I want to set this over until May 16th. Put her back on the docket for May 16th. Tracy Compton. Issue a bench warrant. Purge yourself of $190. Justin Tyler Crowe. Do what?
Pay $200, continue
May 16th. Pay 200, okay. Cody Grider. Bench warrant, purge himself by paying $23. Danny Neal. It's restitution. He paid $50 on the 13th. Is that right? What it has on the docket. Huh? I don't know what that did or not.
March.
To enter an order for him to pay $150 by April the 15th and put him back on the docket. Jamie Piercy. What's he in jail for over there?
We've got an active case. So their motion to revoke.
When's he scheduled to be back here?
April 18th.
Move this over
Child
to
support, so.
April 18th. Move it over to April and make a notation on the criminal docket that he's got this pending, so I don't dispose of it without that. Dustin Root. It's your bench warrant. Purge himself by paying $215. Alicia Russell. Are you Alicia Russell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you owe $585.
I just paid 50 on it this
Okay.
morning. I meant to do it yesterday, but slipped my mind.
Well, that's a start. So
I've been paying every month.
have you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, just keep, what are you supposed to pay a month?
The 50 or $100. I pay what I can when I got it. And I've been paying every month.
50 or 100?
Yeah.
I'm sure the order says 50 or 100. Which
Well,
one?
yeah, I've been paying 50.
Okay, well, continue to pay that as long as you pay it, but don't let us bring you up here all the time, okay?
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I was so sorry. I
Okay.
forgot that. Slipped my
That's
mind
good.
yesterday.
Make sure you have at least 50 paid by next month, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You too. Patrick Harley Scott. Owes $890. Issue a bench warrant, purge himself by paying $500 and then $50 a month after that. Who was? Well, I want to refer this down to drug court then. I'm not going to order him to do anything. I want to refer it back down to drug court, Patrick Harley Scott, because that's part of the drug court program that they're supposed to be.
He made his first appearance this morning.
Okay, refer this down to drug court and tell them that they need to send him some payments up on that, okay? Jacob Shirley. Issue a bench warrant, purge himself by paying $310. Orlando Shirley. Issue a bench warrant, purge himself by paying $225. Spencer Shockley. Are you Spencer Shockley?
Yes, sir.
You owe $1,879 in restitution. When's the last payment you made?
Last payment I made was when I had to go to jail last month. That's the last payment I made because I was under the impression when I was released on HIP, my parole officer told me I didn't have any restitution. So I haven't paid it. This is I've served a sentence out 7 years ago. So I haven't even thought nothing about this at all.
What does the record show? You serve it out?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Is this restitution or is it court costs? So you still gotta pay restitution.
Okay, I was just going off what my parole
Okay,
officer
well,
said.
I'm not gonna send you to jail today.
Hey,
okay.
man, that's good.
Okay, so I want you, are you working anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where are you working?
Roy Anderson's.
Okay, what I'd like for you to do is do a wage assignment of $75 a month. And if you have a wage, you can stop downstairs and they can tell you how to do that, right? They tell you in the clerk's office, can't they? Well, we do wage assignments other places, don't we? Well, you pay $75 a month, okay?
Yes, sir.
And if you make your first payment and you don't have to come back, you make it every month,
Okay.
okay? On the 18th for review, if you paid $75, you don't have to come back. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jackie Short. Jackie Short. Okay, we'll send this back to drug court right there. Travis Smith. Travis Smith. He's got 12 CR 0064 and 18 CR 00156. He owes restitution of $5,609 that hasn't been paid. Issue a bench warrant. He can purge himself by paying $500. Be applied first to restitution and then $100 a month to be applied first to restitution and then finally to $112. Hunter Strode. Hunter Strode owns 360, paid $25, having to pay $50 and put him back $50 additional dollars, having to appear back on the docket on April 15th. He paid that and $50 a month thereafter until he pays it full. Huh? April 18th. Eric Anthony Taylor. Restitution, $890. Issue a bench warrant. He can purge himself by paying $200 now and $50 a month. $200 to purge himself and have him back on the docket on April the 18th, about the $50 payment. Terrell Taylor. 19 CR 0089. Are you Terrell Taylor?
Yes, sir.
The records show you owe $540 fines and court costs.
I was under the assumption whenever I pleaded guilty to my time, I done was going to do a 3-year sentence, that it was going to be waived because I was going to be gone for 3 years. I would have done had it paid off if I'd known I'd have had it.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll let you do. I'll let you pay $40 a month.
That's fine.
That work? Okay?
That work.
And I'll put you back on the docket next month. And if you pay the $40, you never have to come back up.
So like a winner. I'll pay more than that. I'm gonna get it done with.
Well, you just $40. Don't starve yourself over it.
Oh, I can pay for it now.
Okay. Stephen Vibbert. Stephen Vibbert. Hey, if you go down there and pay for it now, I'll waive half of it. How's that sound?
All right.
Okay. Waive half of it since he served and let him pay it. Was it restitution?
I don't know.
No, it was court costs. It was fines and court costs, yeah. Stephen Vibbert. Restitution, $310, issue a bench warrant, let him purge himself by paying $150 and $50 a month till the restitution paid in full. Put him on the docket for the $50, $150 to purge and $50 a month, put him on for April 18th. Bench warrant issued. Tanya Webb. You're on the docket for April 18th. You paid $40. Pay $40 more dollars before then, and you won't have to come back up here. Okay, the total is just $165. You paid $40, you just got $125 left.
I just paid out.
You can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jeremy Wood. $260. He paid $50 on April the 18th. It may be he should be back on the docket for April 18th. Hadn't paid $50 more before then, okay? Is that it? Is there anybody else here that needs to come in front of the court? What do you have, brother? Come on up.
Just a $25.
See what he has there.
It was $25 on the warrant. I'd say it's perfect way to go.
What's the name again?
Brandon Sloan.
This is from like 7 years ago.
You paid it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here.
Yeah, I paid it in jail. Yes, ma'am.
You're good.
Thank
There
you.
you go. Yeah. Either one of you have anything? What does he say?
Victor Bates, he's the first one on.
He was supposed to have been here
Criminal
this
docket.
morning. He's still not been served with his indictment warrant.
Okay, well,
I can take care of that right now.
he'll take you into custody and serve your warrant. What's the bond on his warrant? Victor, what?
Bye.
Bias? Okay, what is it? Wait, yeah. Yeah, if you got somebody to sign a bond for you. Are you with him? Or do you understand, or you understand well enough to talk to me? Okay. Mr. Baez has appeared here in court on his indictment. What I'm gonna do, do you work for someone?
Yeah.
Who do you work for?
What's the number? And Selena?
Do you live, you live in Salina?
No.
You live here?
Everybody.
What's he charged with?
Possession, methamphetamine, possession of the
I hate to put him in jail. He came late. The prosecutors are gone and everything.
He lives in Redwood.
He lived in Red Bull and Springs, but he came up here, you know. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you sign your own bond. I never have done this before. Okay, I'm gonna let you sign your own bond. They're gonna take you and fingerprint you and process you. You be back here on April the 18th. April 18th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Okay, you were late today, okay? April 18th at 9 a.m., but you came and I'm gonna do something I've never done before. You're working and you come back here and we'll work through the thing with you, okay? Okay, now I'm gonna appoint a public advocate to his case. And you need to leave a phone number with the clerk's office where you can talk to the public advocate. A public defender, an attorney for you, a lawyer, get you a lawyer. Okay, and I'm giving, and I also will have an interpreter here for you next time, okay? I'll have an interpreter here. So let's contact the interpreter. There'll be an interpreter here for you on April the 18th at 9 a.m., okay? Okay, he'll go with you to do it, and then he'll let you go and you can be, this lady with you? Okay, she can wait for you downstairs in the circuit clerk's office. Okay, tell her that, okay? Yeah, downstairs. Okay.
Maria.
Okay, is there anything else on the criminal docket? If not, we'll break until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes,
this is Officer Harvey, probation pro out of Dare County.
yes.
I had I talked to Mr. Stockton yesterday about Miss Haley Tate.
It's been withdrawn. That motion was withdrawn.
What was it? Yeah.
Because the Commonwealth withdrew it.
The Commonwealth withdrew that motion today.
Okay, I just spoke with Barron County and she's still lodged in Barron County. And they had no other information other than that she was canceled today in court and they didn't get a new date. So I didn't know if she was to be released today or if that's
I don't know. I have no idea. They just withdrew their motion and the only thing I deal with are things that are on the docket. You might call the the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and inquire about that, to see if they know, okay?
all right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that concludes our business until 1 o'clock. So here, I guess.
we do have a mediation scheduled at the end of this month. We would like the court to go ahead and set a trial date and perhaps.
Well, has all this discovery been finished?
No, Your Honor. I mean, Your Honor, if mediation doesn't, is not fruitful, I mean, before trial is to happen, we're gonna have to take the deposition of at least 6 or 7 doctors in order to even get close to having a hearing. So we don't believe that it would be able to have the hearing before.
Well, here's the thing about it. I don't see how you have a mediation if you hadn't taken the depositions. I mean, how does the other side know what your proof's gonna be?
The parties, the parties' deposition has been taken, that, can I just overall give you sort of a.
Get behind the microphone.
Sure. This is a situation where Mr. Hollingsworth left his property to my client with a directive that it be sold and so forth. The property consists primarily of farmland and some other buildings, and there is some personal property, but it's of questionable value. The problem that we have with that I'm just sitting here trying to figure out is mediation. Mediation, usually what you do is you take a percentage, I take a percentage, and everybody goes home and given the risk and so forth, and you do that kind of analysis. Where we are right now is that there's going to be a winner and a loser, and unless their clients want to buy the property at an agreed value or something like that, we're limited at how we can resolve this case. We have filed.
Your client was directed to sell the property in the will?
In the will.
What were the proceeds to be distributed?
To my client. She was, it was
That's
directed.
not much of a distribution, is it?
No, Your
Well,
Honor,
it's
that's
fair.
that's the reason this case is before you is because of the net was created in.
Well, no, the reason it's here is his client got the money and your clients want the money. That's the reason it's here.
Your Honor, my client is the power of attorney for a gentleman, so my client is not looking for the money himself. No,
The
sir.
beneficiary.
Yeah, I mean, is the attorney in fact? That's what he is, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the beneficiary is a gentleman, quite frankly, who in his deposition admitted that he is a meth addict.
The attorney in fact is?
No, the beneficiary, who the attorney in fact is acting on behalf.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean if he's a meth addict or whatever he is, he wouldn't be entitled to proceeds of it.
No,
Is he a
but
blood relative of the decedent?
he is a nephew.
Yeah.
And he is, they have been estranged. They were not
Well, I'm
close.
not trying the case here.
I know.
So the attorneys that you are the doctors you want to take have to do with his mental capacity?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, how would there be 6 or 7 of them?
Your Honor, the day he came into the hospital, there's about the medical records that we were provided. The gentleman that passed was first taken to the medical center in Bowling Green and then over to Converna. When he came into the medical center, there are several different sets of testimony and records from different doctors that state testimony that they heard from his client. So all of those would be beneficial. And then the information that came in from the EMS personnel when they brought Mr. Hollingsworth into the hospital, and then
That's more than I want, so.
But that was all.
Here's the thing. What was your client's relationship?
Very close friends, had been close friends for probably 5-6 years. They had, it wasn't what I would call the nuclear family relationship, but they were very, very close. She took care of him.
Who wrote the will?
Pardon?
Who wrote the will?
Sharon Howard. And Sharon Howard.
Remember, she was over here one time.
Right. Sharon actually represents the estate and is handling it. She wrote the will, and their testimony is that he had a plan, knew what he wanted to do, and he did.
You really think that mediation is going to help this thing? I mean, what would be your plan in mediation to make them an offer?
the goal of yes, Your Honor. The goal of mediation, like Mr. English said, would be to figure out if there's some dollar amount or set of property we can divide to come to a conclusion on this
You
without
made
having
them
to
any
take
kind
any
of
further.
offer?
Huh? Sorry, Your Honor, I did not mean to say huh. I apologize. I did not hear your question.
Have you made them any kind of offer of settlement?
No, sir.
What's the whole thing worth?
Given the amount of farmland, I'd say it's probably around somewhere between 650 to 750.
I'd say much higher than that, Your Honor.
Maybe, and they may be right. It may be, you know, who knows?
The farmland, if there's any row crop land or anything around here, it's crazy.
I know it is,
Crazy.
and that's, and we do have someone who's looking at us, providing us a range of values.
Well, if you don't know what the value is, and if it's gonna be sold, have you talked about a percentage?
Not yet, Your Honor.
We'll see. You can't negotiate and you can't mediate if you don't have something on the table. When's the mediation set for?
April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Okay, well, I'll be back here on April the 18th. And I will set a trial date on sometime on April 18th. Or y'all don't have to come back here. You can just, after the mediation is over, if you reach an impasse, call me with your calendars and we can set a trial date.
Great. Could we also look at in order to sell the property? Go ahead and let's sell it. And that way, have an auction. They want to bid on it. They can bid.
I don't think they want to bid on it. I wouldn't think they would want to bid on it if they don't know if they're going to get anything out of it. I'll set a trial date pretty quick. You better get your doctors lined up because we're talking about 90 days out from April 18th. You know, we'll try it in the summer sometime. So, I mean, there was an issue on who's taking care of maintaining and protecting the property we talked about one time.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we have limited resources to be able to do that.
Yeah, well, that's the reason we need to pull the plug and sell the deal. So.
And we still have not been provided pictures, like you said, of the vehicles or anything along those lines, like you were ordered, or pictures of the gifts or anything in those orders. So
that's not, I've provided you all with a list of the gifts that we knew of and that
Gifts from who?
Mr. Hollingsworth to his client.
Mr. Hollingsworth, they had a long-term relationship. There were situations where he would give Christmas presents. He would give other items. My client would give him gifts. You know, and we have provided the list of the ones that.
How old was Mr. Hollingsworth during this time when he died?
70, early 70s, late.
And how old is Tina Asher?
45. She's in her early 50s, I believe. So. Will you be back
Okay, well,
here on
call my office and we'll get on the phone after your mediation.
Yes, Judge.
We'll do it.
And then we'll set a trial date. Can you get all your witnesses ready in 90 days?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. I think that is, I mean, based on the number of people, I mean, Your Honor, I do not think that you will be able to get a full picture of the scope of everything that occurred around the signing of the will, because those medical doctors, the time frame and the timeline of when Mr. Hollingsworth went into the hospital versus when he signed the will was 2 days. He signed the will, 2 days later, he went into the hospital and never came out. And so there's a lot of testimony from many different doctors that will help explain his mental capacity and how he came across in those days leading up. I mean, there are multiple sets of testimony that, like Mr. English said, we took his client's deposition. Those doctors.
I'm talking about the doctors. You said it was going to be the doctors' problems.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have statements from the doctors yet?
We have all of their, we have the medical records, their notes, all of their notes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So we have what their.
If that mediation doesn't work, I'd suggest even before then, you're going to let them appear here in court in front of the jury live, or you're going to video them? Which one you plan on doing?
I had not made that decision, Your Honor.
See, it's time to make the decision.
Okay.
If you've got a case and say this guy's not competent, then you need to have your proof ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Say he's not competent. We can't say we're going to negotiate and we haven't taken any doctor statements. If I was representing the defendant in this case until I saw what the doctors were gonna say and I heard their testimony. I couldn't advise them whether it would be to their benefit or how much risk they were to losing it all. You agree with that, Mr. English? Yeah.
It's a difficult assessment. We
Yeah.
think we know what they're gonna say and we think
You never know.
you never know.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I look forward to hearing from y'all, okay?
We'll get them lined up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Keith versus Miles,
Renotice for April 18th.
okay? Mid-South Capital Partners versus unknown heirs of Danny R. Will. Distribution of funds. You got that over there? Thank you. There's a master commissioner's deed in here. I wonder why Miss Brown is not here. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll just take this under advisement. Nothing else to come before the circuit court. We're adjourned.